Good morning. Welcome to the Panama City Commission meeting for July 14th at 8 a.m. We are going to start off with an opening prayer by Reverend Allison Harity, Rector of St. Andrew's Episcopal Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Brown Granger. Please rise.
Good morning. It's my honor and pleasure to, for the last 7 weeks, become a citizen of Panama City. Thank you. And it is also an honor to work across the courtyard from Janice Lucas and Lead Coalition at St. Andrew's Episcopal Church. Let us pray. We give you thanks, Creator God, for the Mayor and City Commission of Panama City. We give you thanks for the abundance of our human and natural resources. Help us to remember that when we gather to consider the common good, you are in our midst. Guide us to serve all people in this city with compassion and equity, loving our neighbors as ourselves. Remind us that always that success is measured by the health of our people and our environment. Bless us all and guide us in the way of goodness and peace. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. If you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please call the roll.
Mayor Branch.
Present.
Commissioner Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Lucas.
Present.
Commissioner Granger.
Present.
Commissioner Street.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
You've received the meeting minutes for June 23rd, 2026. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Any additions, deletions, or modifications on today's agenda?
None from staff, Mr. Mayor.
Any from the board? Seeing none from the board, we are moving on. Community announcements.
With summer in full swing, Panama City is bustling with events, activities, and projects, making this the perfect time to stay informed. Sign up for City Alerts to receive updates straight to your inbox or phone. From road closures and project updates to boil water notices and more, we'll keep you informed year-round. Scan the QR code on the screen or visit panamacity.gov to sign up today. Millville Waterfront Park is officially reopening with a ribbon-cutting ceremony today at 4 p.m. Join neighbors, local leaders, and city staff as we celebrate the park's refreshed look, new amenities, and our renewed commitment to public park access. Everyone's invited to come out, enjoy the view, and be part of this milestone moment for Millville. A pre-budget planning and priorities workshop number 5 will take place this Thursday, July 16th. This workshop gives the commission and city staff an opportunity to meet early in the fiscal year 2027 budget process to discuss direction and priorities. The meeting will be held at 4:30 p.m. in room 10 at City Hall. The Panama City CRA, in partnership with the Incremental Development Alliance, is hosting monthly small developer meetups to help aspiring developers learn, connect, and grow through expert-led discussions and networking. The meetups will occur on the 3rd Tuesday of the month through September at MySpace Downtown on 97 Oak Avenue, beginning at 5:30 p.m. The next meeting will be Tuesday, July 21st. The City of Panama City is running a sweepstakes. When you enroll in AutoPay and in paperless billing between now and July 31st, you'll be automatically entered for a chance to win one of 5 $100 Visa gift cards. If you're already enrolled in AutoPay and paperless billing, you're automatically entered to win. No payment or purchase is necessary. Visit panamacity.gov for the official rules. The City of Panama City is once again launching its annual City Hall School Supply Drive to help local students begin the school year ready to succeed. All donations will support the Parks, Culture, and Recreation Department's back-to-school backpack giveaway on Saturday, August 1st. City employees and community members are encouraged to contribute new school supplies, including backpacks and essential classroom materials. Items may be dropped off in the City Hall Rotunda during regular business hours, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. For more information, including a list of accepted items, please visit panamacity.gov. The inaugural 3-on-3 Summer Hoop Classic, our local basketball tournament, will be held on Saturday, August 1st at the MLK Junior Rec Center. We have 2 divisions for participation, a senior division for ages 16 and older, and a junior division for ages 11 to 15. I don't see one for 40 plus. That's a little disappointing. Registration is open now through July 31st. Sign up by scanning the QR code or by visiting our website at panamacity.gov. Again, all of this information can be found on our website at panamacity.gov. Those are all of the announcements. Moving into public hearings. Item 6A is the first of 2 public hearings on Ordinance 3307, an ordinance to vacate and abandon an alleyway and platted easement directly east of the parcel addressed at 519 East 6th Street with parcel ID 2020-0000000, north of East 6th Street and south of East 7th Street, east of Allen Avenue and west of Maslina Drive. As background information, the applicant is requesting to vacate an alleyway and platted easement directly east of the parcel addressed at 519 East 6th Street, north of 6th, south of 7th, east of Allen, and west of Maslina, of land that is designated as city property. This property does not retain any underground utilities or infrastructure. This item was previously reviewed by the Planning Board on June 8th of 2026. The Planning Board recommended approval unanimously. Staff concurs with this recommendation. The following documents are enclosed in your packet. Ordinance 3307, the staff analysis, report, and recommendation, maps including aerial, location, future land use and zoning, the survey, and the plat. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first of 2 public hearings. Mr. Mayor?
This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 6A, please come forward. Anyone? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue. I'd just like to know if this alley it's right there on the, between 6th, where the rescue mission is at. Is that the alley y'all talking about closing? If y'all said no, it says north of 6th Street. So it got to be this way. Now, if it's there by rescue mission, it's a water line in there. More likely, it's a sewer line. Houses used to sit back there in that same alley. It was on that water main. A little small water main sits back in that alley. I hope y'all done checked it out, looked at it. I don't know if those houses, or some of them is still there. Not. Y'all just check it out.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else on item 6A? Closing public comments. Moving on to 6B.
First reading of ordinance number 3307, an ordinance vacating, abandoning an alleyway and platted easements located directly east of the parcel address 5119 East 6th Street, north of East 6th Street, south of East 7th Street, east of Allen Avenue, west of Maslina Drive, Panama City, is more particularly hereinafter described, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability of any part declared invalid, and providing for an effective date. Thank you.
Item 6B is the first reading and public hearing on Ordinance 3308 to adopt an amended charter pending approval at the referendum election in November. Mayor and Commissioners, attached in your packet is Exhibit A. It's the ordinance that places on the ballot for the November 3rd, 2026 general election a referendum question on whether or not the citizens desire to amend the charter as proposed. The charter amendment will be adopted by the Commission per Ordinance 3308. However, the ordinance is not effective until approved by the electors at the referendum in November. The first reading and hearing is today, July 14th, and the staff will prepare a final, based on any feedback from the Commission, for the final hearing on July 28th. Mr. Zimmerman?
If the commission would like, since we only do this every 60 years or so, I would spend just a minute and kind of outline a lot of the things that I brought up in the letter, if you'd like me to do that prior to public participation. Okay. The city's current charter was adopted in 1963 by the Florida legislature, and it has not been amended since that time. And over the years, many sections of that charter have been preempted by state law. And so when that happens, the municipal code, who is the group that takes care of all of the codes of the cities in the state of Florida, they just strike it and then give a reference of the state law, which makes it difficult to even read our charter because of that. So on January 14th, 2025, the commission met and decided to appoint a commission or a committee to update the charter. And then on July 8th, actually created the Charter Advisory Board for the purpose of making recommendations for amending the charter and providing a report by July 31 of this year. At the same meeting, the commission approved the appointments of Ron Danzy, J.P. Ferrara, Brandu Berg, Cecile Schoon, and Brandon Henderson Jacinius to serve on the board. The board met later that month. They met a total of 16 times during the last 11 months, and they had an additional workshop in addition to that. During this period, the board reviewed many other Florida municipal charters and met with the Florida League of Cities about charters. In addition, the board members continue to communicate with the public and would bring that feedback back to the City Commission. Just a couple of highlights. There was discussion about keeping separate the role of the treasurer from the city manager, and they landed on keeping that distinction there. Although there is a provision that would transfer some of the ministerial duties of the clerk's office to work underneath the city manager, anything related to the city's finances, receipts, revenues, and expenses still would come under a separately appointed directly by the City Commission. So in other words, the three charter officers, a comptroller, city manager, and city attorney, remain separate and working directly for the City Commission. There are other recommendations that the City Commission, that the Charter Commission made, and the committee made those in a report that I think is attached as Exhibit C. The commission then considered the report and made a few tweaks to the proposed charter, and that's what's attached here. On the charter itself doesn't become effective unless the people approve it at a referendum election. That is being called for the general election in November of this year. And there will be a ballot question. And the ballot question, the state law, is that it must have a clear and unambiguous language describing what the charter changes are. And it cannot exceed 75 words in length, and it has to talk about the chief purpose of the measure. And there's a standard in a Denzer versus League of Women Voters case a few years ago. The summary must fairly inform the voter. It cannot be affirmatively misleading, and it has to give fair notice so the voters can cast an intelligent and informed vote. So in crafting the ballot question that's there in your ordinance, and then there's further discussion of it in one of your exhibits to my letter, we believe that it fits that definition and state law requirements for a ballot question. So that's it, and I just wanted to go over that, and there was more information online and attached to the letter, but it is public hearing, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 6B, please come forward. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you again. I've been attending these charter meetings on and off since they started. I was a huge part in the election change originally and advocating for it to match up with the presidential and the gubernatorial. As you know, Jonathan did some great research on the turnout and the specific numbers that we see if we have an election in April versus in August or November. The turnout difference is substantial. I think this is arguably one of the most important charter changes we could make to set ourselves up. In 20 years, we could have 75 to 80% turnout on local elections. That's something incredible that I think we should be striving to do. Take a look at it as well. To my understanding, similar to what Mr. Zimmerman said, that there's a possibility of roping all of these changes under one amendment. I hope that you don't do that. I think, one, by doing that, you take away less will of the voters to give specific input to where they want to see these changes made, as well as you take away the power for the board, which has worked so hard to put all these amendments together. Heaven forbid it all gets struck down on one amendment, and then they've spent 16 months on all of this hard work for what? So I believe in your packet you have, in Exhibit D, you have two options. The first option is one amendment. The second option is splitting it up into three. I read all three. I think that's a great system. I hope that you'll support the three amendments instead of the one, and then I hope you'll support this change also. Even if you don't support changing the election, your people that you appointed to the board supported it, and they saw that there was enough support from their constituents to get it on the ballot. So I hope that even if you don't agree, that you'll support it to get it on the ballot so that the people can have a say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on item 6B? 6B, closing public comments. Do we want to have any discussion up here on 6B? Seeing none?
Do we want to at least get some consensus on 1 versus 3?
Well, this is a first reading, obviously, so.
I like three myself. Over here talk about it.
I'm happy to discuss it, yeah. I'm kind of indifferent, but I'm leaning towards 1 just because it's less complicated. And I think there's a lot of angst in politics currently. And I think there's other things more important. These are all very standard changes. They're nothing, we haven't invented anything new, and there's not any craziness in the charter. And so I'd like to see just 1. But honestly, it's not to me, if we go with 3, I'm not, I don't have a great sales pitch for 1 item. I'm kind of indifferent. And with most of this actually, it's all just like, hey, these are good changes and kind of.
Well, the reading teacher in me goes for 3 for clarity, for breaking it down so that people can understand. I think we run the risk that if it's 1 together, people may be hesitant to vote. And we do know that there is such a thing when voters go as voters fatigue, and so they may choose up. Just let somebody else decide. But if there are 3, I think that would provide the clarity.
More ambiguous or ambivalent, I guess, same way that the mayor said. However, what I will say is there is no change in these charter amendments that haven't already been adopted by other municipalities in our area by vast majorities. So I don't think that there's really anything in here that's super controversial. I think Daniel pointed to the biggest change, but also every municipality that's done that, it was widely supported as well. Whether it be 4-year midterm, whether it be general election cycles, whether it be standard cleanup, all of those things have been widely supported. So I'm really not concerned either way. The only concern I have is making the ballot even longer. That was one of the things that we talked about as being a significant issue with moving to a general election cycle. And so, we have to decide what the priority is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in this that is groundbreaking or game-changing, so to speak. So I do think that there's going to be a lot of items on the ballot. I think that there would be value in putting it into 1. Now, if we were doing something that was very controversial, then I would say let's peel that one thing off and put it as a separate item, but I support 1. I mean, not that I'm going to stand, build the hill and die on it kind of thing, but.
To me, it only looks more controversial to break them all up of like, you should really, these are all standard things, and we make it look more complicated than it actually is, and there's bigger, more important votes, in my opinion, than standard charter changes. My personal opinion.
Yeah,
If I was a voter, I'd prefer them, you know.
And I agree with you.
I am a voter, yeah. I am a voter.
You get to vote this
You know,
year.
if I had to prioritize my time of studying, the charter changes are normal and conventional, and I would spend more time learning about candidates than I would normal charter changes.
Yeah, and to point out, everything in this packet does not raise property taxes. It actually reduces costs, not increases them.
This is true. This is true. I tend to lean towards one, however, and I'll use there was only, the he is the only pronoun in the current charter. That's how, so we have to update things like that. And I'm afraid that's an easy win. And I'm afraid if you dump it all together and somebody doesn't like one piece and we vote no on that, and then we lose the easy wins, and that's why I'm kind of drawn towards 3. But Josh pointed out something that is my major concern is no matter what, we're always going to be last on the ballot because we're going to be in a national election or a state election and or both. And 2, in this particular case, you know, everybody, most of the people not out there, most of the people out there think that we're all up here and we're lining our pockets and all of that. So what now if it's not explained and you're laid out, are they trying to hide something? It's odd that you have to think that way today, but you do. But at the end of the day, everything that's in this charter change is good for Panama City. I want to commend the Charter Review Committee. They did an incredible job. We had some really good people in there that questioned each other, not just made us get up and question, and they brought us those questions. And I really appreciate the way that they went through that process. But I would lean towards 3. Here's my biggest fear right now is that the property tax is going to suck up all the air. That's all that's going to be talked about. And we need to make sure, we need to make sure that we are educating the public about what is inside the charter review. What are we asking you to consider? And that's, yes, it's your job to read and participate, but it's our job to also educate. And I would encourage staff to come up with a nice campaign sooner than later that we start talking about that.
You're not looking for it, but today's just the first reading. We're going to a second reading, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so you got all the discussion you need to do anything else from us?
Yes, what you'll be,
Yeah, go for it.
go
My
ahead,
question is, at
please.
which point do we decide 1 or 3?
Schultz.
Next
Attorney
meeting.
Zimmerman?
At the next,
He just asked me someone's last name.
Oh, okay. No, I was asking at which point do we decide 1 or 3?
Well, at the next meeting is when you officially decide. If
Okay.
you would like to see anything different than what's been provided, we can do that. But next meeting, it will be the same agenda pack. And the ordinance, unless you want me to, I mean, I could put option A and option B in the ordinance. So it would be option A would be 1 question, option B 3 questions, or I propose just leave it the way it is, and then there's an attachment. And the 3 questions they go through things that affect city commissioners and mayor. Then the second questions, things that affect the charter officers, city attorney, comptroller, city manager. Then the third question is really some cleanup issues, administrative type things. So that's how the questions were broken out, trying to logically make it make sense.
So procedurally, we'll pass or not pass the ordinance as is the vote, and then a vote on how it would go before,
Well,
how it would be worded on the ballot.
Good question. Procedurally, it would, if someone wanted to, let's say, adopt the ordinance with 1 question, because the ordinance puts the question in there, then you'd say, adopt the ordinance as presented. If someone wanted to do it with 3 questions, say, I may have a motion to adopt the ordinance with the 3-question alternative. You know.
Thank you. That was my
Okay,
question.
good. Okay, and I know we've heard from Daniel Schultz today, just to put his name on the record. I'd like to This is a long title, so just sit back, okay? First reading, ordinance number 3308, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Panama City Bay County, Florida, proposing an amended and restated charter entitled providing for a preamble, providing for home rule and construction of municipal powers, expanding the term of the mayor from 2 to 4 years, aligning municipal elections with state and federal elections, moving the next election from 2027 to 2028, clarifying qualifications for commissioners, providing for 2 candidates to appear on the November ballot in competitive elections, providing for vacancies in commission, providing for commission rules of procedures, requiring charter officers to live in Bay County, register to vote, and hold office at the pleasure of the City Commission, reorganizing the powers and duties of the city manager, retitling the city clerk collector as city comptroller, moving city clerk duties to city manager duties, eliminating a public hearing for removal of city manager, providing for the city manager to appoint a lead of police fire services, providing for an acting city manager and acting city attorney, requiring city attorney be in good standing with the Florida Bar, providing for clarification of employee compensation, providing for charter review every 10 years, complying with state and federal anti-discrimination laws, eliminating sections superseded by state and federal law, allowing for consistent language throughout, eliminating redundant language, consolidating sections, eliminating obsolete language, articles, sections, and editor's notes, amending other general provisions, providing for renumbering of articles and sections, providing for severability, and providing an effective date, calling a referendum election for the electorate to consider approving the amended and restated charter, providing that the amended and restated charter shall not become effective unless approved by the electorate, and providing for an effective date.
That was a long title. My goodness gracious.
Item 6C. Yeah. Item 6C is the first reading and public hearing on ordinance 3309 to amend legal boundaries of the Sweet Bay Community Development Districts. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, the Sweet Bay Community Development Districts are requesting amendments to their enabling ordinances number 3155 and 3236, attached proposed ordinance in your agenda packet, to remove a portion of Phase 1D and to include certain parcels that were inadvertently not included in the original boundaries. The changes are necessary to address issues raised by the Bay County Property Appraiser's Office regarding certain conservation easements left out of the original boundary and some gaps between various districts. William Harrison and Will Randall are at the meeting this morning and happy to answer any questions. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is a public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 6C, please come forward.
Mr. Mayor, as people are coming forward, if any, I just wanted to point out the map that you have. The black circles indicate the areas where the boundaries have been changed. They're internal, well, they're not actually internal, but they affect no residences, and they are slight adjustments. And of course, Mr. Harrison and Mr. Randall are here to answer any questions you may have.
Awesome. Anyone wish to speak about item 6C, please come forward. Yes, sir.
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue. I'd ask you a question. On that property that used to be the airport, Panama City Airport, the city is this portion, what y'all talking about, it's anything to do with the water main that comes from Venetian Villa over to 390. If, I don't know if the city ever decided that they're gonna move that line out of all this property at Sweet Bay, put it in, take it and put it on 390. It's not a small main that goes through there. So I just wonder, is this property got anything to do with that city main that feeds Venetian Villa? It come all the way from Venetian Villa into 390. It does go to some other places I could tell you too as well, but I just want to know y'all got it.
Yes, sir. Staff, does this affect any utility lines coming in, water, sewer?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else want to speak about item 6C? Seeing none, closing public comments.
I'd like to read it. Mayor, the title. An ordinance of the Panama City, Florida, amending ordinance number 3155 and ordinance number 3236, amending the boundaries and legal descriptions of the Sweet Bay Residential Community Development Districts 1 through 6 and the Sweet Bay Commercial Community Development Districts 1 and 2, reestablishing Sweet Bay Residential Community Redevelopment District 7, amending the geographic boundaries of the Sweet Bay Community Development District Tax Increment Financing District, replacing Exhibit A to each such ordinance with amended legal descriptions attached hereto as Exhibits A-1 through A-C1, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Item 6D is consideration to have a first reading of ordinance 3310 and approval of resolution number 20260714.2, revising the special event handbook, including the special event fee schedule. As background information, on April 28th of this year, the City Commission approved Resolution 2026-0428.6, adopting the new Special Events Handbook. The handbook established updated procedures for the administration of special events, including the application process, event classifications, submission timelines, operational requirements, departmental review procedures, and the special event fee schedule. After working with the new handbook over the past couple of months, staff identified a few additional revisions and received feedback from the community that would improve the permitting process and provide clearer guidance for events that were held during major holidays. While special events play an important role in bringing the community together and celebrating major holidays, events held during those periods require additional planning due to limited staffing and the increased demand for city services. These revisions will help clarify what types of events may be approved during certain holidays and establish holiday service rates when city resources are required. Ordinance 3310 revises Section 17-10 of the Municipal Code, requiring payment of the updated fees to be paid at least 30 days prior to the event, and removing the restriction in Section 17-13, which prohibits special events on certain holidays. For the Commission's consideration, attached is ordinance number 3310 and resolution number 20260714.2, adopting the revised special events handbook included as Exhibit A. The primary revisions of the special event handbooks include reclassifying parades from Tier 3 to Tier 1, renaming Tier 1 citywide festival events to Tier 1, renaming Tier 3 athletic and parade events to Tier 3 athletic events and updating the fee schedule for that tier, and then adding a new events during holiday section that outlines the city's permitting guidelines during designated holidays. The section clarifies which event tiers may be considered during those periods and states that event approval remains subject to the availability of city resources. And finally, updating the special event fee schedule to include holiday rates for police and fire department services, as well as revised environmental services and solid waste fees. These revisions are intended to improve the administration of the special events program, provide clearer expectations for event organizers, and to ensure that city resources are managed efficiently while continuing to support successful community events. Staff recommendation through the Director of Parks, Culture, and Recreation is that the Commission conduct the first reading of Ordinance 3310 and adoption of Resolution 20260714.2. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is a public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 6D, please come forward. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. My name is Bill Davenport. I run the Panama City Farmers Market. I actually love the intent of the event handbook, kind of unifying and creating clarity out of something that was kind of not as clear. With the new revision, most of the changes actually look very well and well intended, but I think there's some ambiguity in the wording on one of the proposed revisions, and it's on the off-duty hours that are going to be charged during a holiday period. The way it's currently written, I think there's going to be some unintended consequences, not only for us, but for events across the city and organizations. It's written right now that not only is the holiday going to get the double charge time, but there's a 3-day window before that day and a 3-day window after that day. So basically, we're creating a 7-day holiday period for every holiday. For us, that's going to affect 11 holidays. We normally don't have events for us that fall on the actual holiday itself, but we have 11 of them that fall within that 7-day window. If it's something that we have to charge the double time, I would like to ask the council, what are our options as far as maybe outsourcing to Bay County Sheriff or a private security firm to handle the road closures during our event? I know there's precedent in other Florida cities that do that whenever their local police department is tasked and can't meet the manpower requirement. But I would just like you guys and gals to consider that. That may have long-lasting effects on events, not only farmers markets, but neighborhoods, churches, and other things that fall within that 7-day window as it's currently written. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Are we having issues getting personnel on holiday events? Is that why this is?
We've never had.
Yeah, we really haven't
We don't
done it.
allow it. But here's my problem. We're turning it on and making it very expensive and very intense. And it's like we're treating it so different and putting a lot of rules on it. And that's, to me, that's the wrong intent. And I expressed this yesterday with staff. So to Bill's point, if the holiday is on a Friday, the way that it's written, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are all into that time. But if you're having an event on any other time, it's that one day. So I think it ought to be one day. We're not going to penalize somebody for having it open, in my opinion, that way. That's a concern for me. But my biggest one is, and Bill brought it up, it's the cost to have it. And we've got to be more flexible if we're going to do that. And I'm not trying to cut the police out, but going through ODM is driving this cost up. And we ought to have, the person having the event ought to be able to choose how they're going to pay, as long as they meet. And then staff comes at you with, are they qualified? And then, if they're a security company, they're qualified. Okay? If they can work in the state of Florida, the city of Panama City does not need to add any more layers, in my opinion. But those are my concerns. I'm very thankful that we're trying to open it up. There's some others that Brandon sent in to us, to Jonathan and I, that I'll get to after we cover this particular topic.
Yeah, I share the same thing of what problem are we solving for. It hasn't happened yet. And I do want to provide, we want safe citizens at events, but we should give the event organizers alternatives, as many alternatives as we can that are approved and meet the requirements. And I don't know anything about security companies, but there's probably a process for them and insurance that they have to have, or whatever it takes. But and I agree that these event host organizers aren't making a whole lot of money, and they're doing it for a lot of them lose money in their events.
Bill's paying $60,000 a year for cops for the farmers market. That's a lot of money. Mm-hmm. They do a great job. Yeah. Okay, do a wonderful job. But $60,000 a year for the same spot on Harrison Avenue every Saturday, that's a lot of money. Mm-hmm. We ought to be able. I think we can do better than that.
So I go back to our town hall, what problem are we trying to solve for? We were not trying to solve for the 3 days prior, 3 days after, so I think that should be struck from this ordinance. We're trying to solve for the day of. That was the point in the conversation. The other thing is, what was communicated to me is this mirrored other municipalities, and then what I saw in the memo that was provided to us in addition to this agenda, it doesn't mirror anyone's. Mm-hmm. So we would actually be the highest cost on events of any municipality or county in all of Bay County. So I think that mirroring something like what Bay County Sheriff does, 20% on top of the standard rate is one thing. Our standard rate is also higher than anybody else too, just so that we're aware of where we're actually at in cost. And unopposed to private security and utilizing those things if it makes it easier on our PD team, having to run shifts and also having to serve on holidays to do security. So it does affect, to Bill's point, which I appreciated him giving a call to bring to light some of the things that I didn't notice. I didn't notice the 3 days before, 3 days after.
Me either.
And so, appreciate that, but he is correct. It would affect other things like churches that do security, other entities. I mean, even talking about retailers that use security during those times, it affects them as well. So anyway, I think striking the 3 days, if you guys want to propose something different than double time, that would be appreciated. And mirroring something that someone else is doing is kind of what I think is reasonable, because I'm not hearing a bunch of people saying, I can't get anybody to come and serve, so.
Historically, the problem was 4th of July, when a community wanted to have an event, and we had said as a city, 4th of July is huge, takes a lot of resources and people power, no other events could go on. And so that was the spirit, that was the impetus of us getting to where we are today with the holiday, holiday policy. I share the concerns expressed that it is a little overbearing and too excessive, rather, and that the options, as you expressed, Commissioner Hughes, for choosing and working with police to choose other security options ought to be a part of this as well.
Mayor and Commissioners, I do want to just offer some clarification. The holiday 3 days before and 3 days after, we can work to clear that language up, but it was only proposed for Thanksgiving Day and the 3 days immediately following Thanksgiving Day. So if we need to break that up, I think the intent was if somebody wanted to do Thanksgiving Day, the day after Thanksgiving, the Saturday following, and the Sunday following, it would fall under those holiday rates. If that's not the will of this board, it just needs to be Thanksgiving Day, it's fine. They just classified for our personnel, we classify Thanksgiving Day and Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving, a holiday. So it's a benefit or a paid day off.
But Jared, we never had that conversation.
I'm just clearing that up.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if the commission wants to alter that, we're happy to bring back another proposal. And Commissioner Street, you're right, I did misspeak on the rates. Lynn Hagan is the only one currently charging that. The feedback we got was the sheriff and one other agency were going to look to mirror what we had proposed. So I apologize for that inaccuracy. As far as the ODM comment goes, the only fee that goes to ODM from an event organizer is the $6.75 administrative fee. The rest of the fee right now is $50 an hour on a non-holiday day, or sorry, yeah, that's right. That $50 an hour goes to the officer. So that's, I just want to clear that up. So it's a $6.70 fee per hour for that officer.
And what about the other $80 an hour? Where's that going?
I'm talking about on a non-holiday day. On a holiday, the way this is proposed, the $6.75 fee, and Chief Smith, come to the podium if I'm speaking out of turn or I'm wrong. But it's my understanding that $6.75 fee per hour is the only fee that goes to ODM. The rest of that fee on the holiday rate and a non-holiday rate goes to the officer.
But nobody ever says to me, that $6.75 fee is expensive. And they say, my God, is that it's so expensive. I can't even I can't get a permit because it's too expensive because of the police.
I just want to make sure that it's the police rate, not the ODM rate, I think that is.
But my point is we shouldn't have to use ODM every time. Chief can provide us here's a list of people that are off duty. Let me hire them straight up. Why do I have to use ODM is my question. There's something about that that's driving the price up. Yes, sir.
Chief Smith, Panama City Police. The ODM administrative fee, ODM pays the officer. They cut the check and pay the officer every Friday. They handle all the monies that need to be paid into it. The vendor does not pay the city. They do not pay the police officer. They do not pay the police department. They pay ODM. ODM then in turn pays the officer on Friday. Even if ODM hasn't been paid at that point, they're still going to pay the officer. Then they'll go after their vendor for their pay. They also, in that, they provide workman's comp and they provide liability insurance in that $6.75. Otherwise, then we would be looking at the city to cover that workman's comp as well as cover that liability. And for putting security guards, you couldn't put security guards, say, on Harrison Avenue and block traffic. You have to, statute says that it requires a police officer in order to block a municipal road, a county road, or a state road. It requires a law enforcement officer.
I thought it was like a DOT certified person, because our Parks Department was talking about doing this at one point.
Correct. So now we do have flexibility with our, some of our parks employees that are MOT trained or maintenance of traffic trained. It's a DOT standard. They have to be under the supervision of a law enforcement officer, so we can supplement road closures with some staff that aren't sworn officers. And we have and will continue to offer that service on road closures to help drive down the cost of security. I will tell you though, like for large crowds, like, it's a bad example, but like the old Friday fests that we used to have, those officers that were there for road closures were also there doing the road closure and crowd control. So, I mean, they do help with the overall security of the event as well.
Could we make that training available to other security companies for small events? Certainly, we want to provide the crowd control and what is necessary for the huge events in the community, but having other officers or security officers trained and able to do road closures for 5K runs would seem plausible.
Yeah, certainly public safety is important, but a 5K at 9 in the morning, 8 in the morning, it's totally different than Friday Fest.
Right.
But we do, I know that you answer for anything that happens, we would say, Chief, why didn't you think of this situation and predict it? And so he's trying to protect the citizens to his best ability, and I don't blame him for that. And I think there's a balance between hiring some trained staff that can do certain jobs, and we can use these code enforcement trucks that are parked 2 blocks away and line them up across the street if we need to.
Here's what got said to me yesterday. It's a great idea, but it's set up as usual for Panama City to make money. That's how it's read. That's how it's perceived when it's read on the document. It's about Panama City making money.
I think it's set
And that's a problem for me.
I think it's set up so that the citizens of Panama City aren't subsidizing events. I think that's
That may be a proper way to say
better read of
it, but when it's read by 3 different people and they all have the same feeling,
Yeah.
that seems to be a theme these days.
I agree, though, that there could be some, and I've argued for this in the past, for MOTD trained personnel to be under the purview of law enforcement at some of these larger events. That doesn't necessarily take away the need for law enforcement, but it may take away the need for so much law enforcement. I think there's a potential for different organizations to get trained and then volunteer to do these kinds of things for the different events that they want to support. I think there's some synergies there, to use probably a well-worn term.
But used correctly in that sense.
Thank you.
As I stated, we're already using some of the, or as he stated, we're already using some of the resources, as in the fire department, public works. We have to use them at Mardi Gras. We have to use them at the Christmas parade, just to help supplement the number of intersections that we have to cover. And what we're trying to prevent, and what things that people don't realize, is we just last week attended the Florida Police Chiefs Conference. And one of the things that they went over was the incident that occurred in Minnesota where 78 people were injured in a Christmas parade by an individual that drove through the Christmas parade and injured 78 and killed like 16. And when you talk to the police chief that was up there speaking on it, he said he did not have sufficient law enforcement services to deal with stopping that incident from possibly taking place, ending that incident, because the individual drove completely through the Christmas parade from beginning to end, and then was able to make it out of there, and they found the car abandoned at a later time. But he didn't have enough officers to handle the injured people. There was not enough staff to handle the injured people, not enough staff to protect people. So, a lot of what you look at and you may consider is, oh, the police department's going too far. You're pushing too much. You're asking for too many officers. But not when we have to consider what the temperature is across the nation and what we're seeing in bad actors. You know, we have to prepare for the worst and hope for the best for every event that we prepare for. And we build contingencies in, and we do things that people don't understand and don't even realize that we're doing to protect them.
And certainly, Chief, I can appreciate that. I think what I'm hearing among my colleagues is a sentiment for the smaller events. How can we work with?
So I work hard on looking at these to try not to overcost them. You know, if they're running setup time, say from 8 to 1 at an event, then I try to give them just one officer from that 8 to 1 while they're building their setup. And we'll bring in police cars and block, you know, at either end to help, you know, keep the road closed and just put the one event or one officer there. And then when the event opens, let's say at 1 to the public, and it's going to be an event that needs 3 officers, then we bring in 2 more officers. And then when that event, let's say if it ended at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., but they had a 2-hour breakdown time, we're going to drop back to 1 officer for that breakdown time. You know, I really look at those, and I don't try to overmass the amount of officers that are there. I work hard to keep that number down. And some of the bigger, well, it is all the bigger events I have to absorb because they're the city events, the Mardi Gras and the Christmas parade. I just have to absorb those along with the 4th of July in my expenses from my budget. And when we address the double pay, the $100 an hour for the holiday, as far as I know, I did not know that we were looking at 3 days before and 3 days after. I thought we were looking at the holiday, whether it be Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Thanksgiving Day, you know, those type of days. That's what I'm recommending, that we look at the double pay. And why do I look at double pay? Is because the officer, if he was scheduled to work, gets double pay. So why, if he's working his off day, should he not get double pay for working that holiday? That is what I reference, and that's how I come up with the idea of double pay. Lynn Haven Police Department follows that same thing. Everybody across the county charges a minimum of $50 an hour. So we're not the outlier, we're not the most expensive. And when I spoke with the other chiefs, Chief Roberts, Chief Talamentes, who are not doing double pay, they said that they had never really considered it, never thought about it, but liked the idea, and they said it seems appropriate because they are having to work the holiday, and it's the same effect to them as it is to my people. When I spoke to the sheriff about it, he said, we're doing a 20%, but I don't know where we came with 20%. He didn't know, he couldn't say, I don't know how I came up with that number, but I am going to readdress that number because I believe it's too low. So the stir that happened from me making contact to the chiefs and the sheriff on last Friday was maybe we do all need to look at the same thing.
Chief, don't we pay on holidays regardless whether an officer works or doesn't?
And he's entitled to that, yes.
And I think we should. So what I'm trying to say is the officer is going to get double pay if they work for us or they work for someone else.
But he's entitled to that money whether he sits at home
Yes.
or works.
That's
and
true.
you're asking him to come in to work, or
No,
he's being
they're
asked to.
volunteering to come in.
He's
We're
not
asking-
volunteering for nothing, sir. He's wanting to be paid to come in.
But volunteer to be paid, not, if you tell him to come in, that's one thing. If Robbie Hughes asks him to come in, that's another. I mean, that's.
Chief, my concern is
Right.
that you're going to have officers that choose not to work their normal shift because they get triple pay working on for a event.
We don't allow officers to take the day off to go work an event. Officers can't take time off to go work an event like the 4th of July or the beach or something like that, or even on a holiday. They can't take the day off to go work the event.
I just wanted to point out, you said that the officer wouldn't get double pay. In every scenario, even keeping the rate the same it is on another day, the officer would get double pay.
Not necessarily when you look at what their pay rate is.
Okay. Are you saying that some officers make more than 50? Is what
No,
you're trying
most
to
of the officers make far less than 50. Very few make that kind of money.
I guess we need, it would be nice would be I think there's going to be more conversation on the event permit, but particularly even the scenarios given to us of how the pay works, so there's no confusion of triple, double, single, volunteer. These are all vastly different words.
While we're
So
on-
they
on the
get,
subject,
with the exception of the holidays is what we're trying to open up. And there's not an objection to opening up the holidays. But if we're going to open up the holidays, the officers should be compensated better for working the holiday than working the regular day. Because you're asking for them to give up their time from their family, let's say for Thanksgiving Day, on a turkey trot. That's going to take them away from their house, say for a minimum of 4 hours. So what I'm suggesting is that the officer should be compensated for that time.
I agree.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't disagree
but
either.
I want to get clarification. They're already getting the 8-hour pay or 12-hour pay, whatever their day pay is for a holiday.
Correct.
If they then come in, are they getting double pay in addition to that holiday pay that's in our pay?
Through ODM, yes,
So
if we were to accept this.
Hang on.
No, Panama City pay.
I want to be very clear. So when an officer comes into work on a regularly scheduled day, it happens to be a holiday, they're getting their holiday pay plus the regular hourly rate. Because that holiday pay they're entitled to as a benefit. Now, we did learn through.
What if they're home?
Yeah, if they're home, they get their regular holiday pay and not their hourly rate because they're not working. Now, we did find out through some other agencies that some agencies issue all of the holiday pay up front, and that officer has the ability to schedule those paid days off throughout the year. Let's say they're always scheduled to work Thanksgiving. Well, I'm going to take Thanksgiving in January instead. So they have the ability to flex those holidays. Now, that could, if we move to that type of policy, then this argument's moot. They wouldn't be able, like, if they wanted to work that day, we could just say, well, you can't schedule your holiday pay and your special event day at the same time.
I think,
Okay.
I think here.
There's some other flexibilities that we've
We're complicated, we're complicated one
guys,
car parade here.
the
Okay?
feedback you're getting is the charges are too excessive.
It's too excessive.
The more information you guys are giving us, the worse it's looking, because now I know that
It is.
most officers make
Yeah.
less than the $50 that you're charging already. And so what you're getting from the board is go back, make it more reasonable than what it is right now. The more questions that we keep going into this, the more confusing it becomes, because now the officer is actually getting paid less if they work for us than they are for the event. Well, then the question is, why are we charging events more than we're paying our officers? So
It's only confusing because we cannot guarantee that certain officers will be off on certain holidays. And everybody else out there that works for an employer that gets holiday days, that is calculated through dollars. And so all we're doing is we're providing them monetary compensation for having holiday days.
have no issue with that.
Right, and they're
Feel it
choosing to do
excessive,
this,
but you're
folks, they're
where
not
it's
being
at.
told to do this.
You're lumping it
Okay,
together.
right, and because of that,
I don't
this
think
maximum
there's a
pay that we're
problem.
requiring?
I don't think there's a problem with offering officers that want to come in on their own free will
Yeah.
to work
Yeah.
an event. I don't think there's a problem on a specific holiday day with us saying, hey, this is a double pay day. And as long as everybody knows that going into it. But I think the aprons is what needs to fall off. That's what needs to go away.
Well, the
apron days.
Why do we have to have 4 hours
Hold on,
minimum?
the apron days, and I'm happy to review this and meet with Mr. Davenport, but we had never proposed 3 days before and 3 days.
It says 3 days after on
It does say-
3
Thanksgiving.
days after Thanksgiving, but I want to be clear, we never proposed 3 days before.
Either way, I think you're hearing that we don't necessarily want that.
Yep,
right?
got that.
Happy to make that adjustment.
So on days that are holidays, I think it's reasonable to charge more to have anybody do anything because it's a holiday. Unless their business revolves around a holiday, I don't think it's necessarily too far out there to say,
Even though
hey,
no one is doing this anywhere else.
charging more for
There are
for
some that are
holidays?
charging more, but double.
Lynn Haven is, to be clear. I mean.
I think to
it's
your
only
point,
one of the
Commissioner,
jurisdictions.
They
it's
charge
a lot to
$118
hash
an
out
hour
on the
on a
dais.
holiday.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
I think
They
this
charge 100.
document.
They don't use ODM.
This is getting, the entire document's kind of getting overshadowed by a discussion on whether or not a police officer who's there being, not voluntarily, but has volunteered for the service of that day.
Right.
To serve at an event, on a holiday, which previously we have just not allowed. We just said no. So I think a good path forward is for us to have further conversations with Chief in offline to better understand why this pay structure is set up the way that it is. But this document, I think, is like 99% done, and we're just getting down the rabbit hole on police
I
officers.
still think it's 9% done.
But with all due respect.
I think as long as we're trying to do
talking about the
double
number
pay,
one
I think
problem
it's gonna
with
get
this
shot
document.
down.
The number one problem with our document and with our permit, we're talking about. We just happen to be doing it over one specific item because that's what brought it to light.
This is the first reading.
Exactly. While we're on the first reading, if I may, Brandon sent over to us some comments, July the 4th, for example. They have the Cove events has July the 4th on Beach Drive. Well, this document says you can only have one event per holiday. Well, let's say that Janice and I sneak in and throw in a July 4th permit and we beat Cove events.
Yeah.
To me, that's not fair because they've been doing it. Cops have been working down there. So we also need to make sure that we show some precedent or it's not a race to the finish line. Okay, we got to be careful about that. Tier 1 and how we've reshaped the events, Tier 1 to Tier 5. He expressed some concerns about that. And then finally, and this has happened a couple of times, I'd like to meet with the fire chief, is doing inspections of food trucks the day of on site. Okay. In there it says that it's responsibility of the event organizer to make sure the food trucks are inspected. That is not their job. Okay, they're not inspectors, they're event organizers, they're planners. Most of them have jobs and they're trying to do this and get this together, okay? So I would like some very clear path on how we're going to work with the food trucks before they get to the site, the day of, and we show up and inspect them and have whether it be minor or major controversy. So those are my three issues on top of the money here that's in the document.
One of the things that you brought up was about only allowing one event.
Yes.
This last July the 4th, there was the main event that occurred at the City Marina. There was the event that occurred at Beach Drive that was permitted, and there was an event occurred in St. Andrews that was permitted.
But going forward, we can't do that.
That's
Sir,
always been there, sir.
Yes, it's contingent upon.
It has said that, and it's just as long as we have the manpower, we can approve those. And so this last July 4th, there were 3 events that ran on that day.
Right. And I think it's wonderful. There were 3 things happening on Harrison Avenue at one time downtown a couple weeks ago. That's great. But when you have in writing that it can happen or it cannot happen, that's the scary part for the public. Okay? On a case-by-case basis or approved by the commission or something to that nature, to those words, now you've got somebody that says, wait a minute, what happens if we got a different commission and they don't want that? Right now, we all think it's a good idea.
They do what we're doing.
Yeah, actually, there were 4, now that you said that, because I had forgot that the farmer's market was
That's
running.
right.
So there was 4 that ran on July the 4th. And it's always been, as long as we have the manpower to do it, then we'll permit it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll put some flexible language in there, Commissioner.
And we're happy to try the first holiday event at a lower rate. I think staff's concern wasn't to make this a poison pill for the whole document or to inflame anything. I think our concern was when an event gets scheduled, we want to make sure that we have a rate that's competitive with what we're seeing the private market pay our officers for off-duty, so we actually have officers at the event and we don't have to cancel it. So I think that's our concern. I think we can balance that concern and bring something back that will be more from what we've gotten from the feedback.
And to your point, I'd like to see those private numbers that you're bouncing against.
Just for example, like Walmart, I think is paying $100 an hour for security.
Yeah, an event organizer can pay more. If you want to get the officer that you want to get, you want to do that. As a matter of fact, I would encourage people just to make the officer feel more wanted.
I mean,
but forcing every single event to pay the highest rate in the county of what you guys propose. I do not recall
every event during a holiday.
During a holiday, to make it the most expensive place in the county to do events is not something that I think we've ever said as a board, that we're trying to make events more affordable. And the whole point in opening this up was to allow it to happen and so that we can have events on these days. And so I think you guys obviously have some clarity. You go back, work on things, and, I do believe that an officer should be compensated more on a holiday than what it is on a regular day. So just so that that's clear, I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is making it the most expensive is not okay.
And that's fine. And for what it's worth, Robbie and I did sit down with Mr. McCants, who had proposed the turkey trot on Thanksgiving Day, and I ran that proposal by him, and he was happy to. So that's kind of.
We didn't know what the numbers were at the time.
I did tell him. I told him it's $50
And
an
maybe,
hour
yeah.
right now, and it could be potentially double or somewhere, in that range, and he was happy. But that's kind of, obviously, he's not the people to make the decision, but that's kind of the reason why we felt comfortable with that number. But we're happy to take another look at it.
So other topics, this document has great intentions, every bit of it. There's no nefarious activity. Everyone's having good intentions, and food trucks are another one. And what we're trying to avoid are hazards created by someone who's running a food truck who is not following rules that we didn't create. And we have options of forcing the event organizer to do something, or forcing the fire department to do inspections. What we want to avoid is like food trucks coming to these events and everyone being surprised by inspections. Right. And so there's even a mention in this document talking about events and performers at events, which I think also is a great intention. We don't want someone showing up blowing fire out of their mouths in front of things, and motorcycles jumping over Harrison Avenue clock, and we're like, what are you doing? So I think a lot of this is about us trying to explain rules and best practices to both event organizers so they're not surprised by things. Mm-hmm. There are laws in the books already that people maybe are unaware of or haven't acknowledged, and we want to avoid us showing up in any fashion disrupting something that's been planned with great intentions, or forcing processes into government that cost departments money. If we said, Chief, go out and inspect all these fire trucks, he's like, I got to pay for that now. I got the manpower, I have a checklist, a spreadsheet, and coordination. And I think a lot of this can be explained, and the intention can be met through communicating to the event organizers, here's laws on the books that if you break these laws, we're going to be shutting your event down. And here's what you need to do when you have food trucks to ensure that they are compliant with state and federal, whatever the rules are, and so that nobody is surprised. And what I don't mind is if everyone acknowledges these rules and we show up, we go, here's the rule that you're not following, then they're clearly aware of the rule and they've ignored them. And so we have a lot more ability to avoid these sort of moments of hysteria and stress if we're pre-informing these organizers of, I don't care if you have a puppy dog parade, you're not allowed to be nude. If you're doing a 5K, you're not allowed to have someone on a megaphone screaming obscenities down Harrison Avenue. You're not allowed to do these things. You're not allowed to show up with whatever things. And we outline rules on the books and purpose, and then so when we do show up to pull someone off the stage or show up to address a food truck issue, nobody is surprised by it. That's what I'd like to see us do, is informing event organizers of the rules, not creating more processes that we have to pay for and the staff has to account for.
And to your point, sir, I've already asked the fire chief and the fire prevention chief. Let's provide a list when they fill out their permit of already pre-inspected food trucks that have their current inspections.
Yeah.
We do and we'll continue to inform those event organizers as well. If they go to Fire Station 1, they can get a
I love that.
fire inspection super quick.
Totally. So we want to create.
What does that look like, a food truck inspection? What are we looking for?
Mayor Commissioners, Dave Collier, Fire Chief. Just to cover this part, so in the special event permit application, we already provide that information to them. We put it in writing in our comments section. We also provide them with a handout on every application where they're intending to have food trucks, so they know what the requirements are. We tell them very specifically through the event process, and when we have pre-meetings before the event organizer is told that if you have food trucks coming to your event, they have to have a current fire inspection. We have always sent out an inspector at the start of those events to verify that. It is 100% on the organizer. We do not know what food truck vendors they are going to have on site. Sure. So until we show up and verify that they have a current fire inspection, that is our only process that we have. Yeah. So as Jared alluded to, we are going to start incorporating this list of current vendors that have updated and to-date fire inspections. But we still have to continue to go to these events to verify, and if we have to conduct on-site, do those inspections on site. Our goal is not to shut down the event, but the event organizers are made very aware of what their role is and what their responsibility is to inform these vendors that they have to have current inspections before the event.
How well do you do on camera? Because I bet we can get a video of you talking about inviting the food truck people to come see you
I love
at
it.
Station
Yeah,
1.
they're always welcome.
Well, but let's put you on video. Kristen, can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And we're
Yeah.
also working on an ordinance as well, because we really don't have something in place to enforce this part. And this is something that is still relatively new for the fire service. So we are working on an ordinance that we hope to present to you here in the coming months that will enforce that mechanism to where they have to come and have an annual fire inspection done by our agency once a year. We've already coordinated with all the other fire agencies. They are good with us conducting food truck inspections with any food truck in the county. We actually have a sticker that we place on each one of these vehicles. So if they go anywhere else in the county, as long as they see that sticker and it's in date, they know it's good to go. They've had their inspection, and that's it.
So in that regard, the event organizer, when accepting vendors, food truck vendors, could just simply say, give us a picture of your sticker,
100%.
and if you don't have it, this is how you get it.
That's it.
But I don't even accept it if you don't
Yes,
show
ma'am.
that.
There you
And
go.
that sticker is what's relatively new, is that?
Probably within the last year and a half.
Part of the responsibility of any organization is to teach your clients and customers how to be the best version of themselves for you and for them. And people host events with great intentions, and they show up, and we want to avoid surprises. And a lot of this packet, again, which outlines performances and food, all these things, you might have a food truck drop out at the last minute, you're scrambling to fill it 2 days before, and if we have some approval process, then it's like, sorry, we can't have you because 12 days ago we couldn't predict it. So I love the idea of informing the citizen on how to be the best version of themselves, the best organizer, and then informing their vendors. And we already have laws in the books that outline all sorts of things. I'll give you an example. If we're listing all the performances that are ever going to be at any event, and I show up to give a proclamation, am I going to be grabbed off the stage because of a last minute change? How do we
Yes.
enforce these? Right. So if we are requiring event, that's a great question. Are we setting up our staff for these crazy situations that we create through policy? You know, if the event organizer is required to give a name and a description for every person in that event, and there's a last minute change and Jonathan comes in to give a prayer, and if Jonathan's not on the list, he can't give the prayer. That's kind of silly, isn't it? However, we have laws in the books that Jonathan can't scream obscenities down Harrison Avenue. Jonathan can't run around naked.
Without consequences.
Without
I mean, certainly if he were to
consequences.
want
He
to
can.
do that.
Totally. So I'm in favor for not rigidity of our policies, but informing people how they can be the best version of themselves, and then telling them that they should be telling every performer, every vendor, here's the best practices and what we expect.
I've been told that our pre-event meeting, I guess, is optional, so that might be something that we kind of insist on, especially with some of these medium and larger events. Because if they decline it, and, then we're really just relying on emails and the packet, but, if we actually have a meeting with them, which we do with the big ones, like, with Mardi Gras and the 4th of July and Oktoberfest, I mean, those folks that do that, I mean, they come in and both sides have a checklist, and I think we actually have multiple meetings sometimes for some of the big ones. But I've been told that one of the recent incidences, the event planner actually declined the pre-event meeting, and that probably contributed to this as well.
Sure, I think, a DocuSign or some acknowledgement, big red letters, this was official paper, and this
Yep.
you really need to acknowledge. Here are the rules.
But you know what's good? That we have so many people in our community wanting to do
Yeah.
events.
Yes.
It is
We
great.
have many more food trucks than we've ever had in this community. And so this, I think, gentlemen, is a good problem to have.
Oh, yeah, we are. We're very
One,
thankful.
Chief, thank you and your staff for the good work that
Thank
you
you.
do.
Thank you.
Just in concluding, because I think we've beat this horse to death, but maybe before, at some point in time, similar to what we did with the charter, we should do a special events, like maybe board of citizens, put people like Bill and the ones that do events and our things to go and review this entire events handbook and give us recommendations on how to make events easier.
That's a
in the
great
city of
idea.
Panama City.
I love that.
I agree, I like it.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All right, moving on to 7A.
I'd like to read the title.
Oh, go for it.
It's ordinance number 3310, first hearing today. An ordinance amending Chapter 17, Protection of Public and Private Rights, providing that all payments for fees must be made at least 30 days prior to the special event, providing that special events are not prohibited on holidays at the discretion of the city, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the severability of any part of this ordinance declared invalid, and providing an immediately effective date.
Moving into quasi-judicial proceedings, the commission will hear evidence and render a decision regarding the matter presented based on the evidence received. The parties before the commission and the public are entitled to present evidence such as documents and witnesses and cross-examine any witnesses. All parties and witnesses will be under oath and the entire proceedings recorded. The commission is not bound by the strict rules of evidence and may consider any evidence which it deems relevant and trustworthy. Any member of the commission may ask questions of the parties or of the witnesses. Since quasi-judicial proceedings are legal in nature, everyone is expected to adhere to proper courtroom decorum and etiquette. Any comments or objections should be directed to the mayor. The burden of proof in a quasi-judicial proceeding rests with the applicant. Therefore, the applicant has the opportunity to address the commission last after all public participation and before the commission deliberates.
At this time, for items 7A and 7B, I will swear in staff who will remain under oath during the entire proceedings. Any additional party that intends to speak could also stand at this time and be sworn. If you decide to speak later, that is perfectly fine. Just come and we can swear you at that time. So staff and anybody that you know will speak, if you could stand, please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And I will ask the commission at the appropriate time if there is any information that you're relying on to make any decision today that came up as an ex parte communication, just to indicate that fact. So thank you.
All right, item 7A is the first of two public hearings on ordinance 3306.1, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the city to reflect the land use designation of general commercial for a property located at 2015 West 23rd Court with parcel ID 13230-030-000. As background information, the applicant has requested a future land use change to general commercial and a rezoning to general commercial 2 or GC2. This item was previously reviewed by the Planning Board on June 8th of this year, and the Planning Board recommended denial unanimously. Staff concurred with that recommendation. The following documents are enclosed. Ordinance number 3306.1, the staff analysis, report, recommendation, and public comments, and the adopted map series, including aerial, future land use, and zoning maps. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is a public hearing. If you wish to speak about item 7A, please come forward. Anyone on item 7A? Seeing none, I'm closing public comments.
This is a first public hearing, and it's ordinance number 3306.2, an ordinance zoning a parcel of property located at 2015 West 23rd Court, Panama City, having approximately .305 acres, general commercial 2, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Item 7B is the first of two public hearings on ordinance 3306.2, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect the zoning designation of general commercial 2 or GC2 for a property located at 2015 West 23rd Court. This is the same address as the prior item. Background information enclosed is that the applicant has requested a future land use change to general commercial and a rezoning to GC2. This item was previously reviewed by the Planning Board again on June 8th of this year, and the Planning Board recommended denial unanimously. Staff concurs with that recommendation. Following documents are enclosed. Ordinance 3306.2. Staff recommendation to the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing. Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to correct something.
Yes,
I
please.
read the wrong ordinance title, which is the one we're talking about now, but the one that we first talked about is ordinance 3306.1, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of general commercial for a parcel of land located at 2015 West 23rd Court, providing for repealer, severability, and effective date. So that was changing the property, would change it from residential to commercial. Now we're talking about zoning, whether it would be GC2. Thank you. Sorry for
Yes.
that.
This is a public hearing on item 7B. If you wish to come forward and speak, please do. 7B. Seeing none, I am closing public. Do you want to speak? You're welcome to.
We're the applicants.
Yeah, you're welcome to come forward and ask us questions or clarify.
Make your prepared statement.
Also, thank you for investing in Panama City.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor Alan Branch. Thank you to the city council. We appreciate everything that you guys do for the city and making Panama City a better place. And this is kind of what we're here for. We've been at this, the location adjacent to this property, so that little red square you see.
Sir, we'll need your name and address, please.
Yes, Amjad Hedami, and the address for the property in question is 2015 West 23rd Court. And the parcel just to the left of it, as you can see on the map, is 2326 Frankfurt Avenue, which is our place of business, Baytown Dental Center. We've been there for over 20 years. It's been a dental office for 35 plus years, serving Bay County and serving the people of Panama City and beyond. We're thankful that we've got snowbirds that insist on coming to our office here. But the purpose of acquiring the land at 2015 West 23rd Court was to be able to further improve our facilities, mainly for our staff here. Thankfully, we've done well, and we've had to grow our number of staff and our team members, and they don't quite have a break room big enough for them because the building, as it was initially built, wasn't to have that big of a team. So that was our main purpose and our main intent. We're new to this, and we didn't realize that we would have to go through all of this red tape and paperwork to get to this point over here. If we had that, may have changed whether we purchased that parcel or not. Our initial intent in meeting with the planning board, Juwan has been great and very helpful throughout this whole process, it being our first time. We wanted to rezone this to a GC2. And I think it makes sense now. Why? Because we want to combine it with what's already existing, what's already ours, what we already have. The two lots are adjoining one another. We wanted to make it a GC2. And as is in the a part of the application process, we also wanted to combine the two parcels. Now, in meeting with the planning board, we had some great discussions, and they told us why they have hesitation in making it a GC2. Once we read more into it, we understand their hesitation, and I must agree, those are our hesitations as well. So we are willing to concede making this a GC2 and joining the two parcels. We ask that the planning board and the city council to take that into consideration. We'd like to concede joining the two parcels, and we would like to concede making it a GC2 instead. We ask that we are able to make it a GC1 in keeping with the overall comprehensive plan of the city, because this is a city that we grew up in. This is a city that I went to elementary school, middle school, high school. Only reason I ever left Panama City was to go to dental school, and I came right back. So this is my city. I grew up here. I want nothing but the best for this city, and I understand the planning board's reasoning for not allowing us to do a GC2, and I fully respect that. And I'm willing to concede, we are willing to concede that. We just ask that in return, you also consider allowing us to do it a GC1 in keeping with the comprehensive plan over here. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Yeah. Do we have any questions?
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
What's the process from here if they want to go GC1? What do
We can do that now.
There, as far as the legal process, is that if you downsize, if you downzone, in other words, GC1 is a neighborhood commercial use. It is less intensive than the GC2 zoning, that could be done, and then it could be noticed for the next public hearing as GC1 with the consent of the applicant. So there would be an advertisement for the next hearing. It would be for GC1 rather than GC2, and the commission could do that. rather than send it back. Sometimes, on occasion, depends on a variety of factors, the commission could, I mean, obviously, it always has the ability to send it back and get the planning commission's thoughts on it as well, but it's not legally required.
Okay, so certainly instead of, us going to another reading of something that they're not advocating for and planning board already voting 4-0, what's the quickest way to get community feedback? Is going
2 weeks.
2 weeks and coming right back? I'm fine with that too. Do we need to do, does Josh do you need public outreach, or is that your
We
word?
can't
Which
vote
one is
on it now, can we?
It's your word. What's the best way to move forward to get them an answer on GC1? Do you have any feedback? What do you want to say?
We have to go through 2 readings, because I bet we can get 3 votes up here for GC1 on both of them, and move that forward.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would the 28th, would that be a first reading or a second reading?
It could be a second reading.
Okay.
Legally, it could be a second reading. By that, I mean, it was noticed for an intensive use for the first. It would be noticed for the second as a GC2, GC1 rather than GC2.
So
But it doesn't have to go back to the
but the planning board doesn't count as a public hearing, and this be a public hearing?
It is.
I know, but could this be the second public hearing? My question is, can we use this as a second public hearing and vote on it? Or do we have to notice that it's going from GC2 to GC1, and because it's down zoning, that's not a material change upward, so it should not hurt the public?
Right. This was always contemplated as the first of 2 public hearings.
Okay.
That's how
Certainly
it was
I was trying to get you home, not having to come back here.
We appreciate that, Mr. Hughes.
Speed, but also balancing surprises of the neighborhood.
Right, you
Was
can't
there
do that
any
either.
opposition at the planning board meeting?
Do what?
Was there any opposition at the planning board meeting?
Did
from
they
the public?
consider
No.
GC1?
Meaning from the public?
Yeah, from the public.
No.
Any opposition at all, other than the planning board itself?
No, sir.
Okay, so I would be comfortable if this was to be, if you're looking to drop this to a GC1, this is just my thoughts on the matter, I would be comfortable with it having the first reading on the 28th and then the second reading on the first meeting in August. So meaning that if nobody, because what I'm concerned with is that the neighborhood be well informed of what's happening, right? And have a chance to come tell us what they think about this happening or not happening. I think moving to GC1 is a very smart move here, because I think a lot of times people get the what ifs, right? If this is GC2, there could be all kinds of uses that could get placed there. But by going with a GC1, it limits a lot of those uses, a lot of the scary uses that you could potentially do that you're looking at just expanding the home office, right? But it turns into the what if game, right? That's what these things tend to do, is it turns into a what if game. And to some degree, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, because as soon as we approve, you're allowed to do all the acceptable uses. So I would be more comfortable giving the public, because we're changing it, another 2 shots at coming to talk to us. If that makes sense?
It makes sense what you're getting at. I would say that the public has had proper notice, thanks to the planning board and the letters and the sign, the proper procedures that were went through. We're not changing anything drastic over here. I'm not sure why we need to have another 2 meetings. I mean, we could argue let's extend it out for another 6 months, another year. There's been proper notice about the fact that, hey, we want to change this to a general commercial zoning. And thankfully, there hasn't been any opposition. If you have the time to drive by that area, I think you will see very clearly why a lot of our neighbors probably want us to do something with this parcel of land. It's not the nicest parcel of land, unfortunately, in an otherwise nice neighborhood here. So I think just for the sake of not delaying business and what Panama City is about for their commercial partners and the businesses that are local there is my question to you is, isn't this considered the first hearing over here, and shouldn't the next one be the second hearing? Why are it almost sounds like we're doing 3 hearings for something that this entire neighborhood and the entire area already knows is a rezoning. For all intents and purposes, it's a rezoning, and if anything, we're conceding and bringing it down to something that's friendly towards a neighborhood there as well.
So you said this is your first time through this process.
It is, yes, sir.
So-
Hopefully my greenness doesn't show.
It's not a particularly friendly process, right? It's not a user-friendly process. What I mean by that, it's being on that side where you're asking to just improve your space, right? But the whole purpose behind this process is to provide public the transparency of what could happen if this board approves it, and to allow them to have the opportunity to come say, we support it or we don't.
Or just ask questions.
Or just ask questions, because a lot of times we'll have an applicant like yourself that's like, hey, I just want to do these things. And people will come in and ask all kinds of questions about it. And so it also gives you an opportunity to kind of talk to them as well. What my concern with is not you. It's not with your business. And what I mean by that is I don't think you're doing anything nefarious. I don't think you're going to bait and switch us. I don't think you're going to do anything wrong here, so to speak. What my concern is that you've asked for a GC2, the planning board said no, and then if we just go ahead and just approve it, it doesn't give any of that opportunity for the public to have the transparency as to what's happening here. And I think
Versus them showing up to your job site when you're breaking ground going, what are you doing? I thought this wasn't.
I'm not opposed,
Yeah.
just to make it clear for the record, I'm not opposed to the second hearing or even the third. I understand your point, Mr.
So I'm just trying to explain to you from where I sit, I want the citizens to have the opportunity to go through the normal process. And what we are proposing, because normally what would happen is you would go back to the planning board and it would be 3 meetings. So what I'm proposing is adding 1 more meeting.
Gotcha.
So
In that case, thank you.
It's a long, confusing process.
Yes, it is.
Well, I
It is a long
appreciate
and confusing process, and it is set up this way because people in the past and other places have done very, very bad things with this system, and so it's set up this way to help protect the public and help protect you as well, because then it doesn't look like you're trying to slide anything in, or it's.
Well, this process is not some Panama City invented. This is a standard process across Florida.
And we're required to do it by the state, so it's.
So do we need a motion for that, or do you have?
I would appreciate a motion, and the motion would simply be that at the next meeting, which the last meeting of July was the 28th, but that would be the first hearing for this ordinance, but instead of GC2, it would be GC1. I mean, yes, GC1.
So with that motion, I'm looking at Juan and Michael here. Were y'all able to go back out and re-sign this and renotice as just a GC1 instead of GC2? Okay. What I don't want is I don't want anybody in this neighborhood to go, they slipped this by me, or obviously some people may feel that way, but I want us to go through that process that people are noticed properly. That makes sense? Okay. So with that, I'll motion that we change this to GC1 and have the first reading on July 28th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, with all due respect, the public has had an opportunity, you're right. They've had a letter, they've had a sign, they've had a planning board meeting, and now they've had this first reading. I would respectfully disagree with the commissioner that we need to give them more time. Is anybody here that lives in this neighborhood right now? Again, and that's not a slam on the public. The public has to participate, and we're giving you that chance. You've done what you're supposed to do. You're downgrading and making it better in zoning, not upgrading. So in my opinion, if I could vote on you today, I would vote for it because you're doing what's more than asked. And I even think that that staff even brought this up to you, and at first you were a little hesitant to it. Thank you for getting across that finish line. So I'll be voting no for this motion, not because I don't want to vote for you, but because I don't think we need to move it to 2 more meetings. I just want you to know that.
We could certainly do it faster. I think there is a clear way to do this faster, but a part of this is I think our responsibility to the public to just give them a breath. And I think a couple weeks is not going to ruin the project.
That's 4 weeks.
It's 2 more weeks, that's all it is.
So it's
4 weeks from now.
We can't approve on a first hearing, so
We
they
can
would have to
approve
have a
in 2
second
weeks,
one.
but we're going to make it before is what we're doing.
correct.
We can do it in
We're giving
2.
an extra
We're going to make it
an extra
before.
2 weeks of breath.
Yes.
Right. So don't feel surprised.
I think we are practicing prudent leadership and citizen engagement, community engagement. I love what you said. I felt your emotion as you were talking about what this project means to you. And I certainly appreciate what you're bringing to our community and wanting to make the neighborhood better. And yes, were we voting today, you have my vote. Commissioner Hughes, I understand your position and I yield to the ward leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes,
No.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Commissioner Granger,
Yes.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Mayor,
If there's
just,
an interest meter taken, charge them, not me.
Thank you,
Mayor,
gentlemen.
I
Thank you,
just
ladies
like,
and gentlemen.
just
Yeah, thank
as, to point out that ordinance number 3306.1, which was to amend the comprehensive plan, we'll bring that back on the same, for the final reading in 4 weeks. In other words, we won't bring back 3306.1 for the second and final hearing until we bring back the zoning ordinance in 4 weeks.
You're just saying that 1 and 2 are tied together?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we are on 7. Audience participation. Okay, so we are on audience participation. If you wish to speak about any of the remaining agenda items, please come forward. Yes, sir, come on down. We got a few minutes.
Collins has been about to jump out of his chair back there. Hey, Mayor.
Y'all messed up a 2-car funeral, man.
No, it was a 1-car funeral. You gave me too much credit on the 2-car.
Hey, Mayor, Commissioner, staff, thank you all. Collins Abrams, 443 South Palo Alto. Address a couple issues, or not issues, just kind of bring some things to some attention. Approval for the parking lot on Chestnut, the old diesel, just kind of want to make a note. Can we please delay the project till after Labor Day so we don't have a bunch of paving equipment down there before kind of, season gets done? All that equipment would probably have to be staged on the current parking lot. I think that would make it a little bit harder to have traffic moving through that community. So please consider that. I think it's certainly a yes to the bid process. Next thing would be the sale of, I believe it's right there on Harmon, sorry. I think y'all put some provisions in there that sound awesome, right? 1 year start of construction from close, 3-year completion. That's outstanding, right? Somebody coming in here to invest in city and making sure projects are done. That's awesome. I think it looks a little bit like a fire sale and a little scary on the city's behalf, right? When you start selling stuff 35 cents on the dollar, typically companies are in trouble. And that's what that offer is, when it's valued at a little over $1 million and they're offering $350. If we go back to the parcel we were talking about on Chestnut, I believe the city paid full ask or right there around it. So why are we discounting city property? So just something to consider. It should certainly be alarming if we start shelling off our property at such a low cost. Next thing, I think Josh is addressing the budget. Let's spend less, man. Holy cow! Like we're taxed to the max. Tax is like a drug to you guys. I know y'all want to spend as much as we can. Well, we would love to get rid of that merchant fee, And again, I looked at it for June. That's over $1 million, and from federal to state down to city, citizens are taxed to the brim. So if we could look at reducing the budget. And really, what are those key items that the city needs to focus on? Like, what are the key things? Is it pay? Is it utilities? And look, we always want to make things beautiful, but sometimes when the money's not there, some projects have to go on hold. I know there's a bunch of pools of money that we pull it from, whether it be grants from federal government, state government, whatever it is. Let's focus on that and see if we can reduce some of the taxation on the citizens. That's it. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Mr. DePinto, I know you want to talk.
Ready?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Frank DePinto, 801 West 13th Street, Panama City, Ward 1. I appreciate this opportunity to address the mayor and the Panama City Commission. I'm addressing consent agenda 10B on the agenda. My request for Commissioner Robbie Hughes, Ward 1, to introduce a motion to the mayor and Panama City Commission for a temporary 6-month ban on all data, AI data center applications in the city of Panama City that are over 5 megawatts. Reason I make this request because the recently passed Bay County temporary 6-month AI data center ban only covers unincorporated Bay County municipalities, not incorporated municipalities, i.e. City of Panama City. Panama City would not be protected by the Bay County temporary ban. I suggest that Commissioner Hughes request from Wayne Porter, Bay County Planning Manager, to share with Panama City their 6-month temporary AI data center ban ordinance to the Panama City so that Panama City can apply the Bay County ban ordinance to the city of Panama City. That ordinance for Panama City. 2, Commissioner Hughes requests of Mr. Porter that Bay County share their AI data center research with the city of Panama City. 3, that Commissioner Hughes requests of Mr. Porter that Bay County share their generated protective commercial industrial zoning regulations with Panama City. The above, let's see where am I at? The above sharing so that the city of Panama City does not have to unnecessarily duplicate time, energy, and effort in order to be protected by the same Bay County 6-month temporary ban. 29 seconds. Oh, good. Of course, one more sentence. Of course, Panama City would have to officially adapt Bay County's temporary ban within its jurisdiction. Thus, the request for a motion from Commissioner Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Just let us know what agenda items we're discussing today. Good afternoon.
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue. AD, I was listening on those events all outside. What about the inside events that folks have on holidays? So they raised their holidays events on the inside a couple of years back to keep people from having an event, a Christmas event, Thanksgiving, or birthdays on a holiday. They went up on their buildings, and I wanted just a part of that. If it is, I think y'all should look at it, because whoever a building, all that person had to do is go there and make sure that building is all set up for these people to have their event. Lights are working, air conditioner working. If they got a gas stove in it, the stoves are working. Other than that, nobody would have to call them out from their holiday. That's what everybody claimed it was for. That day, I missed a plenty of holidays with my family, was having holidays, and I had to work. And somehow we were saying I was a superintendent, first black superintendent with the city of Panama City. And when I went out, my man called me out. I did not get paid. I was on salary. I did not get paid. I was on comp. They gave me some comp pay, that's all it was. And that was time I could take off. Instead of taking my vacation time, I could choose to take my vacation time or my comp time. So, so we need to think about this. These prices are really too high to scare folks from doing what they want to do with their family. It's really too high. So when I have a little time, number 7A, I understand what the young man was saying. Property, somebody need to be firm and truthful to what's saying. They wanted that because they probably were going to build something in that neighborhood side of the neighborhood shouldn't be built. They go ahead. It would not if you bought it just for a parking lot. I don't believe that's so. It might be. That's all they're buying it for, a parking lot.
Yes, sir.
But that to enjoy their business, they're going to have to have something better than that's what they bought it for.
Yes, sir, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on the remaining agenda items for today? Come on down.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, legislation, and ladies. Appreciate you guys serving. I just wanted to speak on 12D. It's the proposal to purchase the property.
Sir, can we get your name and address?
Oh, sure, it's Rodney Friend. And
He should know that process.
yeah, I should. Sorry about that, guys.
A little rusty, okay.
And council, thank you as well for serving. We appreciate it. Anyway, just want to speak to 12D. I know this is a unsolicited proposal. I'm not going to speak on the amount of the proposal. I'll leave that up to you guys and the people that you represent. But I just look and reviewing the agreement. It doesn't look like, or the proposal, it doesn't look like it addresses the street that's directly behind some of the property owners there, which is Cone Avenue. It's not really on any maps or anything like that, so it may be overlooked. So we just wanted to address that and make sure that the city and commission understands that that street is there, and that we would continue to like to have use of that street. And then also in the proposal, and because it's not in the agreement, but then it does say also in the proposal that the developers are asking that they can come back to the city and ask for some variance and stuff like that. So to me, that's just kind of an open door for the opportunity that if you guys approve it, that they could come back and ask for you guys to vacate that street. So we're in opposition of vacating the street. We'd still like to have use of the street, even though it's not typically maintained or anything like that. We still like to recognize that the street's there, and we'd like to continue to have access to it. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time, and again, thank you for serving. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak today on the remaining agenda items? Please come forward. Seeing none, I am closing public comments. And I will entertain a motion to accept 9A through 9H. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Only thing I would add is I would like staff to reach out to Collins and make sure we coordinate. I'd hate to hurt a business while we're trying to help business.
Great feedback.
At the same time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and I think we can easily do that project without putting one piece of equipment on the other parking lot.
I think that's the.
Okay, as long as we don't book flow of traffic or parking.
Sir?
So I'm sorry, which item are we discussing?
Oh, the
now?
diesel property.
9H.
9H.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Parking lot.
Any other discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We're going to take a 7-minute recess. We are back. And we are, oh my gosh, let me see, let me get my bearing real quick. We just got the consent, we are down to item 10A. Commissioner Lucas, you are up.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, colleagues, Commissioner Granger. So I requested that I have an opportunity to discuss with the mayor and commissioners the MLK corridor. Just as a reminder, in May, staff presented to the commission in workshop the challenges and options of that investors and developers are facing on the MLK corridor that have to do with infrastructure, stormwater, FDOT requirements, and so forth. And they also presented us some options for addressing that. At my request, we met in June with the community and shared those findings of what staff is proposing. We also had at that meeting Dr. Pedro Cohen, the executive director of LISC, Local Initiative Support Corporation in Jacksonville, who gave us his thoughts and based on Project Boots that they've done in Jacksonville. And he challenged us to think beyond vacant lots. He talked about stabilizing neighborhoods by helping existing homeowners, clearing title issues, supporting local developers with access to capital, and using public land as one tool in a broader strategy. And I think that's the sequence that we should follow. In his discussion about thinking strategically about neighborhood revitalization, he cautioned us not to just look parcel by parcel, but through a comprehensive framework that preserves existing homeowners, expands opportunities for local developers, and uses public land intentionally. And we're having those conversations. I know there was some frustration expressed not only this past town hall meeting by my colleagues, but in previous meetings about how slow government moves and that we are not moving as quickly, particularly as the mayor has said that he'd like to see us of moving. And I contend that we are, in fact, moving, and that the community response, though, after that meeting, looking at the proposed ideas for addressing stormwater and so forth, is indicative of what we need to do and heed Dr. Cohen's advice, that we bring the community along in there. The residents weren't asking us to simply dispose of land. They were asking us to think strategically about preserving the neighborhoods, creating opportunities for existing residents, and building long-term wealth. This tells me that the conversations are not delaying progress. They, in fact, are shaping better policy. So I know later on the agenda we will be discussing the SPARK program. I wanted to ask that we as a commission direct our city manager to follow up formally with Dr. Cohen and LISC to look at how we incorporate what he has suggested. And I think a revenue stream for us to look at this would certainly come through our Housing and Community Services Department, that we bring the community along with us as we look at development along the MLK corridor. And so that is my ask of this commission today.
Any discussion to add to that?
I'm trying to understand, so is the request that we enlist Dr. Cohen on a land disposition plan or something like that? Is that the goal?
Around neighborhood revitalization strategies that have been successful in the Jacksonville community. His organization would be able to advise us in following that approach, and the sentiment that I received from the community was an interest in doing what they'd seen portrayed in that video. And I know that we individually, many of us have talked with residents, developers, innovators, investors who are interested in the MLK corridor, and I'd like to see us put in place the process that allows us to bring that on, and that formalizes, for example, addressing the air property issue, because neighborhood revitalization isn't just about building new, but also about bringing up what's there. And we've had several efforts through our legal team, through CRA, but LISC has been most successful in addressing those air property issues, which are not only in the past, but are occurring as people are not addressing current issues. In fact, Judge Smiley is doing yet another workshop about wills and trusts and setting up the families for success in the future and not for probate court.
I think what I really liked about his presentation, plus the air part of that, how he has that process, I think I would be very much interested in hiring him for that. But hiring somebody for yet another process to follow when we can't even follow the ones that we try to put in is hard for me to get on board with.
And I can appreciate that,
Yeah.
but I think that if we don't bring the community along with us, we're going to have start and stops for what we're trying to do.
Well, we're
as
going
we
to talk
go
about that
forward.
again today here in the Spark thing.
Exactly.
I get to have some fun with the mayor. I'm not tonight, so.
Is this something that could be funded by the CRA?
Yes, it's neighborhood revitalization.
Yeah.
Okay. I would be very supportive of it under the CRA funding. So having the CRA potentially fund whether we hire him, whether we hire the services, whatever that looks like. That's what I'm saying. So the CRA, I think, would be the proper entity for that.
And I can appreciate that and accept that even, but I do believe we need housing and community services engaged, because the projects that he was able to accomplish also included multiple funding streams, not just one.
I don't have an issue with housing being involved with the CRA.
I am concerned that we may get a year down the road and be at the same spot where we are today.
Well, my concern is that we make it a year down the road and we've put in place something that has created more neighborhood agitation as opposed to revitalization.
My, gosh, I started buying property downtown in 2015 and 16, and everybody thought I was nuts. And I've put in probably close to over $10 million. My family's put in another 8 or more. And I just started studying towns. Springfield, Jacksonville, that's part of Jacksonville, San Marco, all these different little subsets of little towns. They all have very similar stories. And one of the stories that doesn't work is when you have a spark, which is why I named that little part in the Spark program, you really want to help the spark. And I felt like the city didn't really help me. I was basically looked at like the agitator downtown. Like, why are you creating all these problems? And you're creating all this extra work for us. And if you study Greenville, they had a very similar person named Courtney who bought property downtown in the 90s and put the first coffee shop downtown. They were looked at like the agitators. So all my advice, or my suggestions come from a place of my personal experience being successful at this. Mm-hmm. And I'm on podcasts about revitalization now, and our story downtown, even the CRA grant, that took me 2 years to get that pushed through City Hall. We could have hired a consultant to pay us $60,000, but I crafted that whole thing. Gave it to you, handed it to you, $60,000 or more of work. And so what you don't do with revitalization is snuff out the sparks, make the sparks feel like they're not welcome, that we're waiting for a different spark. And then you also don't want neighborhoods built back. You want them built back by the community that is in them. That's the magic sweet spot of revitalization. You know, you get, when it's outside money, you get great developments, but they're not personalized because they're not from the area and the ownership's not local. And my whole mindset of this whole thing is, what can we do now to keep the spark going, to build more sparks and have the neighborhood build themselves back. And we have people in this neighborhood who are from there. And that's when I submitted the Spark program. I said, hey, this is me just guessing at a way to get this neighborhood building itself back. Because one spark creates a dozen. And that's where we see downtown. It used to be me creating every event, sponsoring every event, and now I go downtown, I'm like, oh my God, what is this? What's happening? Who's doing this? Because it was me funding everything. And so I'm only applying what I've experienced and seen and studied, and I've spent a massive amount of time studying things. I don't think we have to come up with a plan for all. I mean, it may take us 10 years to get rid of all these properties, and get rid of is defined by whatever board chooses. But I think starting small and incremental and testing and listening is powerful, because then you have people start believing in the neighborhood. And people did not believe in downtown. I was buying buildings for $10 a square foot, and people thought I was crazy.
With all due respect, Major, the spark is a little later on the agenda.
Yeah, totally.
And I welcome that, but I do appreciate what you've done for the city, and I've said that to you long before you became mayor. And you've been encouraging to the community. And I'd just like to move a motion that we reach out to LISC through CRA, and also engage our Housing and Community Services Department in a neighborhood revitalization approach, in addition to what we may be discussing later on the agenda.
Okay. Do I have a motion to move forward with LISC?
LISC. L-I-S-C.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that. This is coming out of the CRA.
Okay. Discussion.
Help me understand what the angst is, because my impression, and this is just my impression from, maybe outside looking in, is the frustration is that nothing's happening. Like, that seems to be the core of the frustration. So how does this solve that angst, or is there a different angst that I'm not equating for?
So, as I said, the concern is also preserving what's there, helping to clear up properties, helping people to stay there when they're in these air properties. That has been a long identified challenge, particularly so after Hurricane Michael. And LISC is the resident expert, if you will, in the state for addressing air property issues. And I think this goes along with whatever we may be discussing about making those parcels available, but also addressing the stormwater issues and so forth, that we have a way forward that includes the neighborhood on a regular basis. And LISC has shown popularity in being able to do that.
So
Would you mind, for the benefit of the public, explaining what air properties are?
And for me, because I don't know.
So air property is property that someone who owned it has passed on.
It's H-E-I-R.
Yeah. And their relatives have been maintaining the property, paying the tax bills, but they do not own it. So after Hurricane Michael, when some people living in air property were trying to get assistance or a loan to fix those properties, they could not, because they did not have clear title. It was in an air at all. So the person who has passed on has left the property, and whereas that might have been one owner or husband and wife, two owners, now it's all the children and maybe the children's children. And so it becomes difficult to get clear title. And some of the properties that we see in Glenwood and Millville that still have tarps on them, or that have not come back after Hurricane Michael, we dig a little deeper and we find that they're air property.
So it's clearing title issues is what this comes
Right, you
with.
could have a
is not
quiet
a
title
simple
sheet from here
process,
to the end of time on most of that stuff. And the problem is, the time, it's the cost that goes along with it, because it's a lawsuit. In Florida, it's and so it takes
So
time.
why wouldn't legal take lead on this since it's a title issue?
Well, because they're private properties. So the city doesn't have the title problems. The owners of the
But
properties.
we're going to pay to help
No, we're
clear
not.
those title issues.
No, they're going to do that.
So as I said, LISC is the resident expert in addressing this multifaceted challenge.
They do that.
Yeah.
We don't pay for that.
So obviously, this seems like it's an issue that's here. Can completely support helping people clean up title from what you described. I do get concerned in trying to create another overarching plan on top of the other plans, on top of the other plans, on top of the other plan. So what is the scope of what's being asked? So the air property issue, understand that, okay, that's what they come in. Is there anything else in this scope?
So if I may, I'd like to ask Michelle Bryant to come forward. She has worked in community, and to share your thoughts about the air property and about the need to continually have the community engaged as we move forward.
Good morning, everyone. As I'm sitting here taking notes, two parts here. Michelle Bryant, 409 East 9th Street. It is a huge issue in the Glenwood community, where many residents, especially those who are remaining in the home and have remained in the city, to get repairs done. We've seen recently 3 seniors that we know of specifically where they weren't able to get repairs done and their homes were condemned. They were air properties. Some family members aren't here. Some family members are in disagreement on what the final result should be in the home, and it has created an issue throughout Glenwood. There were resources before utilized in the CRA. There were resources, I believe, that may have been used from the Housing Department in partnership with the legal aid services here in Panama City that are on 11th Street. But again, the issue is deeper than just getting the deed updated. It's getting the resources to helping the individual that's in the home now. And I believe that is what Commissioner Lucas is looking for lists to do, as I've done my research on that organization, to be able to assist them while they're in the home and get that deed updated. And that's going to take more than just legal services and more than just putting the title in their name, when it's a process that can take long term while they need services that day or instantly.
And then the ongoing engagement of the community. The one-off meeting like we've had is one way, but as we move forward, this can go very quickly, and I don't want to leave the community behind.
Absolutely, definitely have the community input, because every situation is going to be different. Some, it's a title thing where family aren't agreeing. The other may be they can't reach out to the family. And so each situation is going to need individual attention. And I think this LISC organization would be instrumental in helping guide that, because we don't have the resources here, but you do have the community that wants to see those who have those issues be resolved quickly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does that address your concern, Commissioner?
It does. I would just like to see some type of measurable approach that we know we're actually making progress in it. I mean, I've dealt with title issues before. I mean, if this is a 3-4 year process, I just don't want it to hold up actual revitalization as well.
Well, if we don't start, we can't begin.
So.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second on the table to bring in the consultant, or is the motion to have them work on the heirs property issue in the CRA area for?
So we were presented Project Boots, and that included a several step process. And so first step is keeping the people there who want to stay in the neighborhood.
What does that mean? Like
It's
assistance?
what we just talked about, Commissioner Street, the air property. So as the example was just given, there were 3 parcels lost to a family because they couldn't get those issues cleared up. So that's one aspect of keeping people in place.
Okay, so I would like the RFP response to include how many houses there are potentially in the area, and even an estimate of typical times to clear things up, or the funding mechanisms, just some general ideas of what we're getting into soon, so that way we don't open the can of worms that take 20 years and millions of dollars.
Hearing that, I'd like to have that initial meeting where we craft those things. I think we can't say on the dais today exactly what those metrics should be, but I do share your concern that we have measurable progress.
Okay. I have, any other questions? Discussion?
Just a comment, we're going to probably have to vote on this in the CRA as well.
We'll get a task order, work with Mr.
Yeah, make sure that we've got
Cohen and
like
bring it to the
details that we
CRA
can.
board.
Just make sure we've got details that we can understand as far as, it sounds like a very complex issue. I am aware that there's title issues, how we address those. The biggest thing is I just want to know, hey, we're spending money to bring a consultant in. I just want to be able to communicate. We've actually accomplished something at the end of it. I don't want to just go and make another plan and then all of a sudden, that's my biggest concern.
The difference is, Dr. Pedro Cohen lives in the neighborhood that they redeveloped in Jacksonville, that they revitalized. He's a practitioner, and as he said, he has to meet those folks every day just as we do. So this isn't a consultant to tell us about what others have done, but to engage with us in following the process. Also, you'll appreciate perhaps that LISC is also a CDFI that may be able to bring funding to help this community because they're statewide.
I'm interested in learning more. Well, okay, so please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Commissioner Granger,
Yes.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to 10B, Commissioner Granger, you are up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, we have had lots of input on AI data centers. I think if you haven't heard of an AI data center, welcome. There's all kinds of information out there. I think there's some misinformation out there. But what I do know is that these can be very impactful to communities. And our current zoning and land use development code is not properly equipped to handle this. So because it's a fairly new technology, I mean, it kind of is, but then this aspect of it that can use a lot of water, can use a lot of electricity. So I really just wanted to have this discussion with the goal of asking, I was planning to motion that we move forward with a moratorium. I've included the Pasco County, I would have included the Bay County one, but I didn't have it at the time of the cutoff for making this meeting. So while Bay County has recently passed one that does, as Mr. DeVinto pointed out, it does cover the unincorporated portions of Bay County. It does not cover Panama City. So in order to best move forward with our citizens in mind, I think it would be prudent to put in a 12-month moratorium based off of Pasco's or Bay County's ordinance for this type of development, so that we can better look at what our land use development code and our zoning, what needs to change there, so that we can determine where, if at all, that these developments need to go.
I like it. I think there's a lot of frustration and confusion and all the things. And I'd like to mirror Bay County's. To me, that's the most straightforward.
Yeah.
We borrow off their research and
That's temporary for 12 months.
I will point out, because there are people who may be watching, maybe in the audience, that would say, well, we want a full-out ban, a permanent ban. There is a legal problem with a permanent ban, and the reason behind that is because Florida law protects property rights very, very well, and rightfully so. And Texas does a very similar thing. And a county in Texas did try a outright ban and was promptly sued and lost. So rather than going down that road, I think we need to be able to tell people who are looking to develop in Panama City where they can develop and where they cannot develop with whatever it is that they want to develop. We already do this. You can't go into a neighborhood and put in an industrial type thing. You can't go into a commercial area and install, like GC1 doesn't allow gas stations. Like we already do this in our zoning and land use, and so I think that's the absolute proper place for us to look at. If somebody wanted to come here and say, we want to do this, well, here's where you can do that. And leave it at that.
You have to take a rocket ship, but you got to get there.
I ultimately think they're going to wind up in space, but an outright ban is just not legally tenable. It's not legally defensible. So that's what I got. any discussion, you want to
And I
discuss?
think more information is going to come out. You know, at the town hall, we discussed, data centers use a couple million gallons of water. The paper mill was designed for 40 million gallon of water a day. And they would put it out into the bay too.
Yep.
And they were
Oh,
designed
amazing.
for, and they also were designed for a 40 megawatt facility. We're talking about 5 megawatt.
And it was designed for 40, but they said, we had somebody who worked there who said that it was at 20 million a day.
Yeah.
That's a lot of water.
That's 10 data centers.
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah.
there is a lot of people, misunderstanding of, and I'm not pro data centers, but I am pro looking up other things and learning.
Yeah.
And the paper mill was quite a drain on water and power.
I don't think anybody up here is championing this particular type of development, but I do think that what we are looking to do is look out for our citizens' best interests.
Correct.
In the most legally defensive way possible.
I like mirroring Bay County, just from a simplicity standpoint.
All right. Then I motion that we mirror Bay County's. I would request 12 months because I think we're going to see other cities and counties do other things, and it would probably give us some more data to look at. But 12 months buys us the most amount of time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think county did 6. Did they? Yeah. So,
I'll second.
all right.
Just a question, Commissioner, are you limiting it to just mirroring Bay County, or does this, is a process that would include looking at the other counties?
So the purpose of my motion today, to be very, very clear, is to establish a 12-month moratorium on this type of development so that the planning team and legal team can take a look at what other municipalities and counties are doing so that they can better craft ordinances to change the UDLC and the zoning code. That's what I'm aiming for.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to mirroring Bay County. I just wanted staff to be clear what we are sending from the dais.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Just a refinement of what Commissioner Granger has indicated there. What I hear is that if we mirror Bay County, and I agree with the way Bay County approached it, it's a change to the land use code. So it went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission then recommended it to the County Commission, and then the County Commission adopted it. So the actual moratorium enactment by ordinance would occur maybe in a month from now. However, you are now saying there is a pending ordinance. And so if there is a pending ordinance that deals with land use, then you instruct staff not to process applications that are contrary to the pending ordinance that you've instructed staff to prepare. And that has the effect of a moratorium. It's just, you're not actually, I would recommend not adopting an emergency ordinance today because it's the land use. But what is happening, I believe, today is it goes to the planning, you are giving specific instruction to your staff. This is what you want to see. We put it into motion, and any development order that's contrary to that, wait until the final moratorium is approved by the City Commission.
Okay. How do I put that into motion?
You did.
Okay.
When you said mirror the county,
Yeah.
that's good.
That's fine with me.
And I apologize, but
Oh, you said good job, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Commissioner
Thank
Granger,
you.
for clarification, though, you want to mirror the county, but with 12 months instead of 6.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Right.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So that does it. I just didn't want you surprised how we implement it.
I do think that we lead the way in some things, and other things I think there's value in looking at how others have changed their land use codes, and I think that we could, in the next 12 months, I think we're going to be able to see some different changes. Obviously, we don't need to do the entire 12 months. If we think we've got a good path forward, then please bring it.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Good job, Commissioner.
We are on 10C.
All right, so I was able to give you guys background, so obviously you guys are aware of our budgetary discussions. In that, there has been multiple times where it's been communicated that we're not being clear. So really, my discussion for today and action is to provide the team with some clarity as far as to what actions we would like seen take as they finalize their budgetary decisions. One of the things we were presented back in March was a revenue number of $64,400,000. So the first thing I'd like us to take action on is having that adopted as our revenue that the staff will then build the budget on, which represents about $4.5 million less than what they originally had proposed.
Can you say that again?
May I
One more time?
comment?
Yeah.
So we were given revenue numbers of $64,400,000 of general fund revenue. The staff presented us a budget. Proposed,
Yes.
yes.
When? That was in March, right?
That was in March.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
Okay.
so the staff presented $4.5 million of cuts in order to get there from their requested revenue, which was $68 million. So what I'm saying is, to make it simplified, is they have to have a budgetary number to work on, otherwise it continues to fluctuate as we've seen.
Since March, though, we have received our, certified taxable value numbers, so we've been able to refine our revenue for ad valorem. We've also been able to see, as months have went on, more of a historical trend in our other revenue sources. So we've been able to refine those revenue numbers. They are higher today than they were in March.
And I'm not saying that we should cut taxes as reflected of the numbers being higher. What I'm saying is the commission should be in control of where that additional revenue goes.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that is a motion.
I will second that motion. Discussion?
What?
Yes.
Yes.
Most definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we asked staff, so for the public's edification, property tax, the trim notice goes out roughly October, November timeframe. And if you pay it early, you get kind of a discount, right? The city doesn't know how much money it's going to have in revenues until later the following year. So so when we ask staff to come up with a guess, basically, of what 2027 is going to look like, we won't know what 2027 looks like until March of 2027. Like, we won't truly know. And so what we did is we asked them a year out to just guess at how much money that we think we're going to have in revenue.
It's a guess now.
And it's
the only
it's
thing
a
that
bit
they
more
know.
of an educated guess now.
Well, it's not a guess or expenses.
I think the only thing that is not a guess is property values now have been certified. But merchant fees, we technically don't know any of that.
We don't know any
We
of
don't
that.
know what our franchise fees, I mean, there's a lot of variables. And operating with limited to low reserves, we need margin to be able to determine what gets funded, what doesn't.
So I see what you're trying to do here. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it where the expenses are basically reduced by 4.5 million.
So we can backfill.
But everything beyond what they would need, the 4.5, they're going to have to come to us and ask.
Correct. Yes. It puts the commission in the driver's seat as far as what cuts are ultimately made. We've been going through these workshops and we're seeing a lot of cuts that we don't support. And so what we need is the team to set a budget so that we can create and backfill what ultimately matters to the elected body.
Yeah, so why don't we just take the easier path and just say, hey, staff, we want to see this much money in reserves?
Because they start cutting the things that we disagreed with.
Yes.
Out of the box, it was a bloodbath. We were gonna lose people, we're gonna lose services. So what Josh is saying is, know that you've got to cut at, revenue should not be in the conversation. Expenses should be lead the conversation.
That's kind of what I'm at.
And let's just cut that. Never mind what we're bringing in. We don't know it. So if we know we got a $4.5 million problem, let's go find that. And that then sets us up for, all right, we've cut it, y'all cut it out. Now we got to bring it back.
Who said we had a $4.5 million problem?
I'm just using Josh's.
Well, the team did originally.
Right.
Well, that was back in March when they were
And it
a
was an
year out
estimate.
guessing.
And it was an estimate.
Which we still are. The only thing that we know is property taxes, which are also the thing that is probably most in flux moving forward.
But we were guessing at a 100-meter target then, and now we're guessing at a 10-meter target. So,
No, I think we're still guessing at maybe an 80-meter target. Merchant fees are dependent upon economic output. We follow those every month. Franchise fees are what franchise fees are. So permitting is dependent upon what comes in as far as buildings and not buildings. So the reality is government revenue fluctuates greatly in the state of Florida because it's mainly driven based upon sales and activity, which I don't disagree with. Like, the only thing we know is property taxes, which represents 30% of our overall budget,
So
if
what-
that, on general fund.
So walking through this, if we approve this, then, like I said, they're gonna have to come to us for every single ask, right? What do you think that they're going to ask us for?
Hopefully, things that we can support.
So we're gonna go through this exercise where fire is gonna come to us and say, hey, we need
Here's
this.
the
Police is gonna
reality.
come to us and say, hey, we need this.
We were
And it's
all
gonna
at the
be
last
people.
meeting. There's 171 landlines in the city. The feedback I'm getting from citizens is not that this is a negative budgetary process. The feedback that I've been getting is like, this is the first time that they have felt that the commission is taking seriously holding the team accountable to making the right kinds of cuts. The easy cut is to say, we're just going to eliminate people. That's not what I want to do. And so what does that mean? You have to go through and start identifying things that you can. And some of it's vehicles, some of it's phones, and some of it's those things. Obviously, if the team is still keeping those in there, they're not understanding what cuts that the commission's really asking. And I think that's the clarity piece that I've gotten from management of saying we're not being clear enough. Well, this, I think, is clear.
Well, I'd like to weigh in on that. The $4.5 million estimate is now down to around $2 million. We've got approximately $65 million general fund budget. I'm told that by statute, contractual obligations, or other legal requirements, what we can actually address is $13 million. Are my numbers accurate?
Yeah.
Mr. Hayes?
What do you mean,
Ms.
what
Wolf?
we can address?
That once you take the 65 million and subtract statute, contract, and other legal requirements, we are left with $13 million that we can cut.
I'd like to see those statute requirements. I'd like to see that.
It's your debt requirements, your insurance requirements, the things we've committed to contractually. We're happy to present that to you
And I
all,
think
but-
we need that information before we give them a number arbitrarily, like $4.5 million. based
Statutorily,
on
I've got to have
March.
insurance. That doesn't mean I can have double. That's my concern if we have too much. Or why?
If I may continue.
Okay, go ahead.
My
My
thought.
bad.
So that leaves approximately 13 million. Now we're talking about a 4.5 million from that 13 million. That's approximately 30-something%. That's a huge cut to make. And so I would like to have that information. I would like for all of us to have that information before we say, okay, staff, you have to cut $4.5 million before we get through this budget process. So that's an ask that I have of us to make the best prudent, wise decision that we can make. Budgets should be on facts, not speculation.
The way that my businesses operate is you give your departments a budget, You say, here's what you can spend, and if you want to make purchases above a certain amount, you come to us. So to me, this is reflective of how you do it. I know government and business are different there because they're different incentives, but to me, you go to your departments, you say, you have this much budget to get through your shift, and if you need to spend money on equipment, you come back to us. So this, to me, is us. We still have the money's in the account, but it creates a system where they have to come to us for purchases or other things. And it gives us the flexibility later to say, oh my goodness, we need to go do this thing, and we have money in reserves to then go do a thing. It leaves us with some flexibility versus just putting it all in the budgets of the departments.
In respect to your private business, we have just undertaken a community charter review that we have not addressed changing the system that this government operates under, which is city manager. And so what I see us doing in this regard is saying now we want departments coming directly to the city commission as opposed to the city manager. And so that raises for me the question, is this commission moving outside of the city manager commission relationship or arrangement that we have? And if so, why didn't we address that as part of the charter review?
That's a good question. And I would say that for me, it coming to the commission, we talk about getting surprised. And what I've learned is we create a budget and there's money in that department, and they can move that money as they choose, but it's not what they budgeted for when we were talking about budgeting. And so I think for a more line item budget, which is very possible, we can put it in line items and vote it that way, and it's not moving unless they bring it to us. But they bring us budget resolutions that are spending inside the departments. That's what Josh is talking about, except we know about it up front rather than it showing up on the agenda and saying, hey, we want to buy a nice shiny new object, but the money's coming from over here versus what we budgeted for. And I think that's what he's trying to clear up there.
And does this address the spending authority? Are we taking that away from the city manager?
No, and I mean, and the agenda still comes through the city manager's office. So regardless of whether the department's asking for something, it's still going through the city manager. We're not saying, hey, every department come and talk to your commissioner. What I'm saying, last year, we approved a budget that revolved around a reduced payment to the fire pension fund and a sale of a piece of property. Really, all this is asking for is operate within your means, guys. Like, go back to looking at what property and revenue that you have. We need to get into line with that, and we need to start rebuilding our reserves and having a more disciplined approach to our finances. In every business and organization, to the mayor's point, you set your budget. Like, sure, yes, you look at your revenue, but your revenue is a guess for any business. You're not guaranteed tomorrow in any organization, nor that government happens to be one where they can come and take your house if you don't pay it. Like, that's a scary proposition to be in that powerful of a position and not to have a number set that your team sets to. So, I think that this is the clearest way to give clarity of saying, hey guys, like, you've got to step back and work into your means. We're not raising taxes, and we need to have the flexibility because you're proposing things that ultimately we don't want to cut. So we're going to have to say, hey, you know what? We do need to fund that. And here's the money that's been set aside in the margin to do that.
I think the problem I have is that we're now having to develop something that doesn't exist. Like you said, margin, right? Well, that's not a real thing. So where is this money actually going to be held? And in my opinion, I think it would just be better and much cleaner to just say we pass a resolution that X amount of dollars goes into reserves, which has the same effect. It has literally the same effect. Like,
but you're basing off a number we don't even know. We're getting closer to it, but we don't know.
How about we focus on expenses and have them come back and say, y'all go across whatever that is equal across each department, $4.5 million, let's say it's 10%, you come back and give us 10%. So and start with the fluff and then go to hard.
We did that exercise.
But they haven't done it. That's why we're having this conversation.
But I think part of why they haven't done it is because of the requirements, the contracts and so forth. And I sat through those department hearings and we did not get uniform information. And so let's be clear about what it is, but also let's be clear that there's some unknowns. I think we've all said that. All 5 of us up here have said there's unknowns. And the $4.5 million is based on a March number. We're now in July, and staff is able to give us a more predictable number. I think we can get there by what Commissioner Granger is saying in terms of addressing building the reserve without creating a different process of managing than what we currently
So
have.
this commission would support, if what I'm hearing from both of you, is a motion that required staff in this budgetary process to have $4.5 million placed in reserves.
No,
Now we're
that's
going to
not what
argue
you're
over the
hearing
number.
from me.
See, that's what I thought. I
To
thought
Robbie's
like,
point,
Yeah.
so previously it was 64 million, and there was a $4.5 million gap. What is the operational budget that has been, I mean, so I want to point at I like Robbie's idea of pointing at the expenses and setting the expenses of the departments. Because what's going to happen if we say, oh, 4.5, we're going to get, oh, here's a stormwater assessment fee, we can stand up. They're going to go create revenue streams and find ways to add more revenue at the top to then to be able to have more in reserves. And I am not trying to create more revenue into this organization.
So I will say, on the topic of assessments, if we are entertaining any assessments, which I think we should at least look at them, that we should reduce ad valorem by the amount of the impact of that assessment, right?
Well, yeah,
So that way we're
that's
not
fine.
double tapping our
Sure.
citizens. I like assessments in the sense of it tells you what you're paying for, and it's not just this kind of pot of money that it just gets thrown into, and you don't know where your money's going.
To me, this is an expense conversation, and we can have a whole other conversation
Yeah,
on
I
revenue
understand.
and how we kind of manipulate things around. If that is a totally different conversation. I'm happy to have it.
But if the goal is to raise our reserves, if that's the goal, because that seems to be the problem. We don't have as robust of reserves as we would like, right?
I think that's part of it.
But that's an end
I also
result.
think there's a prioritization
Yeah.
problem as well.
Yeah.
So I think that is also a problem. But the reserves is what we've used previously to fix the prioritization problem. So
Yeah,
I just don't
and so
want-
we're taking that off the table.
Yeah, it feels
we
like,
don't have any to use, so it's taken off the table.
I don't know, it feels like we're creating kind of like a slush fund almost, where they've got to come to us and ask us, Mother May I, for extra stuff. But again, I think the ultimate, the way that we probably should handle this is to say we as a board want this much money in reserves out of this budget, which would then cause expenses to be reduced.
Along that line, I've asked for, when we have the workshop, a plan to, over time, increase. And I think that's
So have I.
the prudent way of directing our staff to give it to us. And I can support
We've done that.
today.
Yeah, because
But we haven't gotten it.
Yeah,
You're
but-
pointing out the exact issue.
But now we're in a meeting where we can take action, not a workshop, by vote and say, let's have staff present us a plan to reduce the,
expenditures.
to reduce
Expenses.
Which is the
expenditures.
second part that's in what I sent you guys, was actually providing us with opportunities for savings and finding through consolidation and all of those things.
That
But
part I like, it's just the
there
vehicle
has-
you want to get us there.
Well, there has been consensus. This is the backwards part of this. And this is why I felt like today we just need to take action. Is we've had consensus that we need to rebuild our reserves, but there's been no action. Like every budget that we've been proposed, there's $0 going to reserves. So the team did not hear that approach. We passed resolutions saying it needs to be X, Y, Z. No change. So we have policy that's in place that's not currently being met. We get monthly reports. We have had these budgetary workshops like crazy and still not getting there. So yes, the next step is to create an environment in which you have to do what we're asking. And that is what $4.5 million represents.
And so
$1.5 million is not a lot of money out of $153 million.
It's 3%
Let's
of
be-
the
let's be
overall
clear.
budget.
But let's talk apples and apples and oranges. When you've got the whole pot, what we can really affect is 65 million in the general fund.
I disagree with that, but okay.
So, one of I'm going to back up Robbie on this, and I think this is what Josh is saying, is staff comes to us throughout the year on purchases that are budgeted. And there's so much inertia of that decision, or it's budgeted, and we're like, well, I don't think we should buy the street sweeper. You didn't like the street sweeper, and I was kind of like, well, it's budgeted. But this gives us the ability of saying, is this purchase important enough to take out of the reserves? It reframes the conversation on expensive purchases of, so if I said, let's go on a trip, and I said, but you have to take the money out of your 401k, you go, ooh. Versus, oh, let's open a credit card for it. It's a mindset change on how we spend money, and that's what I think we're advocating for.
I can agree with what you're saying here, but that also gives us a part of the responsibility for having not done that when we've been asking them to do something in reserve and they bring it to us and we approve it anyway. I'm not talking about you and the paving crew. And so the individual instructions that we've been giving staff, as well as our going along with what they've presented us, has gotten us to this point. And to say, okay, staff, we're going to do this with a arbitrary $4.5 million number that came to us in March, when that's no longer the realistic number, is not what I can agree to.
Could we change the motion?
And how about 3.5? If they're at 2.4, that's 4.5, how about 3.5? There's got to be a number to reach towards, not the lowest.
Yes.
What if we
So
presented,
there is another way of handling it, and it would be that we just set what your expenses can be set on. And if that's a $64 million, $64.5 million. I mean, that was the number that was presented to us in March. That accomplishes the same thing. So build your budget on $64.5 million, which is still larger. But it's still larger than virtually any budget in our city's history. That's what's bizarre, is to feel like you're in a board that you're making cuts when there's more revenue than there ever has been in the history of our city. That is a spending issue. It is not an income issue.
You often cite private business. When does private business say there's too much money? When does private business say revenue, we're not going to make more money?
When your
this
customers
year?
are complaining.
They don't, that's the difference.
So,
The difference
looking
between-
at that alone, I can see where you'd say, okay, well, it's the most money that's ever been taken in, but we also have more houses, right, that have been built here. I mean, Ward 3 alone in 2 years increased over 2,500 voters. I mean, that's a lot. We don't have everybody says, oh, we have 38,000 people in the city. Well, that was the census from right after the hurricane. I'm not saying that just because there's more money is necessarily a bad thing. We just want efficient use of that money.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But my question in all this, and it's really for, I guess, for Randy, if we were to pass this as the motion is stated, would you have to create anything new in accounting in order to track this?
no, because if it's not budgeted, just like it would be now, it would come to the commission for a budget amendment.
Okay, so it just goes into reserves?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
But after hearing and listening, I mean, we're at a point in our budget process where we're ready to present a proposed budget to you guys. You will be setting the millage rate, which is the ceiling of the millage rate at your next commission meeting, July 28th.
But I think we're so far from that,
Yeah.
that it's not even funny.
Sir, we need to present you with a proposed budget in total. You have received bits and pieces of a proposed budget as we've been building the plane in flight over the last several months. We would like to present you with a proposed budget that would not use any one-time money or reserves to balance the budget. We would use reoccurring revenue to cover our reoccurring expenses with a reserve replenishment plan. And then we can have further discussions about it before you adopt it in September, is when you would adopt the budget.
But what y'all brought us so far, I can't get behind, because what's been presented to us, presentations are great. It's the numbers.
That's fine.
Those numbers are not going to add up to a budget that we're going to agree with.
I think that's the challenge that I'm also drawn to. You guys will keep bringing us back a number that doesn't feel like what at least what I'm communicating I'm asking for. Now, everybody else could be communicating something different behind the scenes, and that's fine, but that's why I wanted to talk about it today.
And that's fine. I think seeing a proposed budget, and I believe all of this discussion is solely on the general fund. I mean, we do have a greater budget with all the other funds as well. But presenting that to y'all where we can have conversations instead of just drilling into the line items, we can move budget around. And we're not adopting a budget July 28th. We're adopting a budget in September for the following fiscal year.
How much do you think it's going to be right now, just off the top of your
How
head?
much is what?
The budget.
For the general fund?
You want to give us
Around
a-
67.
And I'd like to see 64.
67 is not a budget. That's income.
No, that would be, it's
It
been-
matches
The general
the
fund.
income.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, no, actually, it doesn't match the income. It's still $2.5 million short of income.
That was the income from March. The income is different today. The income today is more like 66.
Okay.
So it's still short, and we're still working on it, and that's why I would like to continue to work on
So
it,
the
but
the difference that I'm talking about in adopting 64 and a half is from where you're at today is $2.5 million. No, it's not even $2.5 million. It's $1.5 million.
64 to 67,
$2.5 million.
2.5 million.
3 million.
So that's less than 3% of the budget. I don't understand like how this can feel so catastrophic.
It does,
Like-
because to Commissioner Lucas's point, when you take out, and I know there's a debate on whether personnel is fixed cost or not, but when
It's
you
not.
look at our fixed costs to get to what's discretionary, it's actually for next year, we narrowed down in it last night, it's more like $11 million. When you take out the insurance, your debt payments, all of the contracts that we have, it's $11 million in the general fund that is operating dollars. If you cut
So you guys have
$4.5 million from.
leveraged your, so let's make sure that I'm understanding this. This to make me sure that I'm very clear for not only my benefit, for everybody. You're telling me you've leveraged almost 90% of your general fund dollars on things that you cannot change.
We can change personnel, but we heard from the consensus up here during the budget workshops to not do everything else besides cut personnel.
But yet you still propose cutting personnel.
Because the $11 million, I mean, we could cut $4.5 million out of that and not touch personnel, but then we're gonna have people standing around with no tools to do anything.
You just answered a problem that the city has.
Again, it would be us that's making the decision. Again, this is not revenue that's gone. This is not us saying, hey, we're giving a rebate to every citizen. This is money that we're setting aside to be more intentional and better stewards of taxpayer dollars by forcing it to come to the commission in order to see it move forward.
Is the motion on the table clear?
No, not right
Can you
now.
restate the motion, please?
Josh, do you want to restate your motion? Or do you want to bring it?
The motion is to follow through with the $4.5 million worth of cuts reflective of $64.5 million in overall expenses for the general fund budget.
How does that get to be 4.5 million?
That was what they presented. Those numbers are not my numbers, those are straight from staff
In March,
in March,
that have changed. And you do concede that those numbers, those estimates have changed.
which gives us flexibility in order to backfill.
Could I ask a clarifying question? So the motion you're proposing is $64.5 million expenditure limit?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that clear? Okay. We have a first and a second on that, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
No.
Commissioner Granger?
No.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, moving to, there was a couple other points in your memo, Josh.
Yes, there was. Obviously, the team is going to have to work to bring us back proposals on spending cuts. In that memo, it also shares collaborative efforts and those type things. I know Commissioner Lucas, you brought up like looking at the MLK Rec Center and what other, maybe do an RFP for after-school programming.
No, I did not bring up an RFP for after-school program.
Well, RFP for services at MLK Rec Center.
Actually, what I've been an advocate of for the MLK Rec Center is taking advantage of the offers that have been made by St. Joe Foundation, FPL, and others who want to sow into the programming that we're doing there and to support that organization. I think it's too soon to change the management model that we're using in less than a year, and that it is important for us to play that out. Does it need to be tweaked or something? Yes, but I think outsourcing management of the MLK Rec Center within a year is not what we should do.
I didn't say management.
So, yeah, so you mentioned the last meeting, because we kept bringing up Boys and Girls Club as just an example, and you said, we need to stop talking about Boys and Girls Club and have an RFP for this process.
That's what I was discussing.
And so I'm not suggesting either that we hand over the keys to the building, but potentially there's a hybrid model where some in any organization might say, gosh, I'd love to run a basketball stuff on Sundays, and we'll watch the gym for you, or hey, I'd love to utilize this facility this time and open this door up.
Is there a problem there now?
Totally.
Yeah.
Are we solving for a problem?
Well, I think we're solving for, the $800,000 costs within a department that does, Parks is like 2.2 million. So like 40% of the parks budget is in one facility, and it's an amazing facility, and I want the facility to run even more hours. But if there's an ability for a pickleball league, and there's people who run a pickleball, or
Yeah, I would encourage you to look at the hours when it's used.
All of that can happen with us running it. My fear is, this is a community center, and you put somebody else in there running it, and believe me, I'm not about Panama City running things, y'all know that, okay? But this is an opportunity where they're doing a good job, and you take community out when you put somebody in. That's my concern.
Let me give you a good example.
Okay.
The Lynn Haven has a rec center. The beach has a rec center. They have
Completely
after-school
different
programming that
setup,
is
though.
supported through Boys and Girls Club. It is still a community facility. It still has staffing that goes along with it. I'm not talking about just turning over the keys to management to an organization. What I am saying is if you look at the hours of use, there are significant gaps in times when there's high use, and then there's gaps in times where there's virtually nobody that's there. And it's been almost now at this point in time, it's been 6 months for us to be able to say, hey, look, do we need to adjust? And how do we adjust? And the RFP conversation came up. I was just trying to move it forward.
Okay,
so let me clarify. So this is the idea that the city has a facility that we use in conjunction with other partners. We do that with the Glenwood Community Center. Michelle has her programs there, and that's wonderful. And it's a thing that we don't have to actually create because she's inspired to help people. And we use all these parks for sports games and leagues and training things, and this is just an extension of that. I don't know why it's this sacred calf and we can't touch this thing.
No, it's not a sacred calf, but the process that you've just described is already in place.
Yeah.
So-
So let's openly say, as a commission, to me, we're just saying, hey, this is also a facility that we can collaborate on.
We just brought on a new Parks, Culture, and Recreation director. We just brought online the MLK Rec Center. Let's direct them to bring us the things that we're talking about here without starting another process. Let's enhance what we have. It has been just 6 months. So I think we're doing well, and we've asked staff to give us some budget cuts.
So I was at a little meeting last night at Cherry Street talking about road closures, and I said, we need feedback, but because this is a new thing, there's going to be some things that go wrong or things that we need tweaking, and we need feedback. Positive feedback is good too, okay? We also accept that. But I think the feedback that I'm getting is the kids are loving it. We got a full staff. We're trying to figure out how to operate something that a commission voted to that had no money behind it to operate it, okay? And we're gonna have to dig ourselves out of that hole. And to me, partnering with somebody this early in the process doesn't necessarily give that place that opportunity to dig out of the hole, and they didn't create. To the mayor's point about, we've got these other places, with all due respect, MLK Center is different than the Lynn Haven Rec Center. It's different than the Panama City Beach Rec Center. It has a history behind it that neither one of those do. But more importantly, it's probably the nicest building in Northwest Florida right now as a sports complex. And I think let's give Panama City the opportunity to let it shine through our own employees and through our own system within a year. And if it comes out and we bomb, we're having to pay money to it and keep it open, okay. But right now they're implementing programs and kids are coming to them. I just saw there was one today on there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm having trouble connecting the dots on why a nonprofit, what it's going to do to help it that much more than where we are right now.
Well, I think if we want to do like a moratorium on any new park, any new facility we have, you can't touch it for a year and a half.
That's not it. That's not it at all.
To me, this is a facility that serves the public, and we should be constantly inviting conversations of how can we
That
make
is
this
happening.
better.
Well, they can come rent it.
As evidenced by
If they
the
want to.
partnerships.
Guys, I was kind of a little disappointed in how this went last year about this time. There was a proposal that never even came to us. Like, I never even got it until after we had already made decisions on MLK Rec Center, and Boys and Girls Club was offering to handle the after-school programming for us.
And that's
concerning that it didn't even make it, and it literally sat in someone's inbox for months. And now we're saying, well, we can't go back and revisit that. Like, that seems a little like we're trying to control it to get to where we want it to go versus like what is best. So,
Yeah.
But that can also be looked at the same way from your presentation on Boys and Girls Club. It has been said to me, it feels like you're pushing Boys and Girls Club over others.
But they're the only ones that have said anything. That's why I said the RFP process, maybe there's others
But again-
that want to prevent those things.
what happens here, these unsolicited proposals puts the city perpetually in a place of being reactive
We'll find that
versus
out some more in a minute.
And I
proactive.
think this is part of being proactive. We could put out a welcome to, hey, if you want to host a fitness class, or if you want to do this or that, we are open to those conversations. We are not giving you the
Let's get
keys
a
to the
report
building.
from the Parks, Culture, and Recreation of how what's happening is happening.
So I'm advocating for
Right
a
now.
process that you were just advocating for, of saying, hey, open to the public, any ideas you have, any nonprofits, if you want to use this thing, we're excited for you to use it, we're going to engage you, and the commission is going to see what the community wants to do there. And so I don't think this is no different than any other park that we have, any other facility.
I mean, if we're not willing to entertain other people that want to come into our facilities and help us with programming,
We are
I mean,
doing
we're just
that.
trying to
That's-
build our
that's
own
what-
kingdom,
That's what
I
I'm
guess.
saying, Commissioner Street, we are doing that. If I may
Yeah.
ask. the Parks-
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Myrtle actually ran the Panama City Beach with the Boys and Girls Club, so I think he can probably speak with some informed history.
Yep, Keith Myrtle, Director of Parks, Culture, Recreation. And to your points, RFPs for programming, I think that would be a welcome. There are agencies and groups out there that still may not know that we're accepting these. We have our partner program that we're accepting applications for already. We have a dozen partners that we're engaged with in the community, and we are seeking more.
So how would an RFP process differ from what we're already doing with our partner process?
It's just an extension of that. So the partner program is more of an application. The RFP would be, it would just open it up to more potential advertisement that we're doing it.
So we would take the partner process and make it an RFP?
Correct.
Is that what you're intending, Commissioner Street?
I mean, I would just like to have a process in which people that have the ideas on programmings at their cost, not the taxpayers, are willing to provide in the facilities that we have. I don't think that I don't understand why that's so controversial.
So we've got a number of partnerships already. Do we have any pending?
We do. We have partnerships with KPL, and that's a early learning program that we do at the center. And we have a dozen. We're poised to be able to actually do a kind of semi-annual report to the commission, if that would be desired. We have that data pretty much ready.
So if that's the case, then why, so then the conversation flips. Why are we against Boys and Girls Club? Like, why haven't they been engaged in this process?
Who is against Boys and Girls
Well, it
Club?
sounds like there's people that obviously are finding ways to do partnerships and engagement, but there's been no engagement with Boys and Girls
Since the
Club.
center opened, has the Boys and Girls Club reached out?
We haven't spoken directly with the Boys and Girls Club specifically about MLK, but in my
I
experience.
mean, no one is preventing them from doing what
Right.
others are currently doing.
They
is
literally
my point.
gave us an RFP.
And
they
then
literally
we went
gave
a
us
different management route.
Okay.
The RFP was for management, correct?
It sounds like that there is a willingness to work with people that can work behind the scenes to work with staff. That I understand.
Yes, there is a.
There's not an appetite for putting forward an open RFP to any and all that would like to work. That's what I understand.
Well, your understanding is, your understanding. I can't dispute that. There is nothing that's preventing anyone at this point. And so what Mr. Ryle is saying is that we're going to take our partner process and put it in an RFP form. I'm not against that. But, and to your point, you've said it's not about managing the facility, but making it more available to others. I would also like to see us reach out to St. Joe Foundation. They have expressed an explicit interest. They're waiting on an ask from us to support the Martin Luther King Recreation Center, as are other foundations in the area. And is there any reason why, City Manager Hayes, we should not move forward with those requests?
With those, I'm sorry.
With those requests for funding from community partners?
I mean, I think if we're going to consider any at a facility like this, I think casting a wider RFP is probably prudent, to Mr. Myrrell's point, if we'd like to do that and see what opportunities might exist out there.
And in my experience in the nonprofit world, a proposal to a funder such as St. Joe is not the same as an RFP.
That's fair.
So I would have us move forward in all directions.
Do we need a motion for that? Direction? Okay, so do we have a motion to direct staff to go out for RFP?
I yield to Commissioner Lucas.
So we'd like to direct staff to pursue funding opportunities specifically from foundations and corporations, in addition to preparing an RFP that allows a greater awareness of our current partner program.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we are on 11A.
What item was that?
What is that?
11-11.
11A.
11A?
11-11.
There we go.
Oh, at
11A is
All right,
Walden.
11A is notice of vacancy on the Municipal Police Officers Pension Fund Board. The Municipal Police Officers Pension Fund Board has one vacancy. The previous board member has resigned, and the term ends October 12th of 2027. We have received one application from Mr. Mike Nichols. I believe there was a copy at each one of your stations. It came in late yesterday.
Okay, do we need to accept Mr. Nichols' volunteerism?
I'll make a motion, we do.
I will second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for volunteering.
Thank you for volunteering.
All right, and item 11B is notice of term expirations on the Board of Trustees for the Supplemental Retirement Plan for Designated General Employees. The Board of Trustees for the Supplemental Retirement Plan for Designated General Employees has two positions for 4-year terms that expire on July 22nd, 2030. The current board members, Jack Lloyd and Kelly Smith, have expressed an interest in retaining their positions on the board.
Make a motion, we approve.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item 12A is consideration to approve budget amendment resolution number 2026 0714.1 to accept donations from residents for the purchase and installation of bat houses throughout Panama City parks. The total amount of donations received as of June 29, 2026 is $7,605.09. As background information, the residents of Panama City have graciously donated $7,605.09 between June 20th and June 29th to assist in the purchase and installation of bat houses in parks throughout the city. Our initial installations will take place at Bay Memorial Park. Subsequent installations will occur adding one bat house each in Sweet Bay Wetlands Preserves, H.D. Mathis Park, and Joe Moody Harris Park. Once these are in place, we will explore additional parks that could benefit from this initiative.
So we. Oh my Oh my gosh, that's really clever. Thank you for doing that.
You're very welcome.
I needed a good laugh this morning. Thank you, staff.
Yes. All right, Mr. Mayor, staff recommends approval.
Oh, can we need to change it because I've raised more money since then. So can we just say from the entirety of their fundraising to today or something?
I think we have to have the actual amount, don't we, Ms. Waldron, in order to do the budget amendment?
I'm fine with that too,
Yeah,
but.
we'll just bring back any additional that we
At the
receive.
next meeting, yep.
And do a budget
The
amendment.
Bat Mayor never gets his way.
A motion to approve the Bat Mayor House.
Bat Mayor.
But I will say, Mayor, when we were soliciting for donations, they were specific to Bay Memorial Park, and we are going to update that and change it for city parks instead of just one specific park.
I love it. Thank you so much. We have a first and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, one of them needs to be like Branch Manor named.
Oh my gosh. All right, please call the roll on Superintendent.
Commissioner Hughes, I believe he stepped out. Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Make sure the minutes reflect Bat Mayor House.
Bat Mayor.
The commission has adopted Resolution 2026-0714.1, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 25-26 budget to accept and expend donated funds for the purchase and installation of bat houses throughout Panama City parks.
Yep, and the first two are going to be installed starting this Thursday. So, all right, item 12B is consideration to approve the special event permit application and waive all applicable special event and facility rental fees for the Halloween Haunted Horror in memory of Donna Kinsella, to be held at Lake Huntington Clubhouse from October 25th through November 1st of this year. As background information enclosed for the Commission's consideration is a special event permit application for the Halloween Haunted Horror in memory of Donna Kinsella. The event is proposed to take place daily from October 25th through November 1st from 5 to 8 p.m. at and outside of the Lake Huntington Clubhouse, which is Exhibit A up on your screen. The event is hosted by Joseph Mandeville and will feature an outdoor Halloween display with life-size cemetery and themed props, as well as indoor walk-through haunted house with electrical props and animatronics. The event is intended to provide a free Halloween attraction for the community. A site map of the event is also attached as Exhibit B. The applicable special event fees total $420, consisting of $50 Tier 4 special event application fee, a refundable $250 security deposit, and $120 for the use of 5 electrical panels. In addition, the organizer has reserved the Lake Huntington Clubhouse for 8 consecutive days from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. each day. The applicable rental facility fees for this building is $600. Based on the recommendation of the Chief of Police, no police services will be required for this event. Therefore, no police service fees will be assessed. The event organizer has requested all applicable special event and facility fees be waived because the event is free and open to the public. The organizer's fee waiver request letter is also attached as Exhibit C. Staff recommendation through the Director of Parks, Culture, and Recreation is that the Commission provide direction on the approval of the special event permit application and the requested fee waiver, as that authority lies solely with them. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Have a second?
Why does staff not take a position on it?
The Commission made a decision that all fee waivers would be decided by the Commission, not with staff. That was I think it was before you and Mr. Branch were elected 18 months ago. Does that sound about right? Yeah.
Probably.
I'm going to ask you directly. You like the idea or no?
Oh, I'm fine with it. I have no objection
You like the
to it.
idea?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I mean, it's not under my authority.
I'll say.
Well, you approved it. It's under your authority.
Well, I approved the agenda item to come before y'all for
Okay.
consideration.
All right, so,
If you guys haven't seen what Joseph and them do, I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Oh, I'm for it.
For Halloween, so.
I just have one.
I'd like there to be some consistency on staff giving us direction or not on this.
It's not my purview to tell y'all what to do with this. The prior commission voted that this decision is y'all's, and if anybody asks for fee waivers, it has to be brought to the commission.
It used to be that they would just say no.
They would just say no. Okay.
And so we said, we want to have this, come to us.
That's fair.
So that's what he's doing.
All right,
So
thank you.
do we think that precludes him from giving an opinion though?
Right.
I don't think it forces his opinion.
Yeah. I'm happy to not give it, I'm happy to give it, either way.
Guys, I haven't had any meetings about this, but I do know what Joseph does. I mean, I've seen it every year. It's a massive draw. I think it's super cool that we're just doing it at a couple clubhouse. It would probably be vacant for those 8 days.
Oh, yeah, I'm
regardless.
good with it.
So-
Do you have any concerns about crowd or, because coming around that corner and then being right there on that water, are those safety concerns at all?
So this goes through the same special event process, correct? It's just the fees that we're weighing.
That is correct. So if we needed to, put one of our flashing signs that said, special event ahead, slow down, we could do something like that. That would be very easy to do.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Commissioner Granger,
Yes.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Mayor Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item 12C is consideration of the Glenwood redevelopment initiatives, including proposed ground leases for city-owned properties at 1332 MLK Boulevard and 1346 North Palo Alto Avenue, and adoption of the SPARK program, the Small Business Property Activation Redevelopment Kickstart, as proposed by Mayor Branch. As background information, staff at the request of the mayor request consideration of 2 redevelopment actions and implementation of the SPARK program within the Glenwood CRA or Downtown North CRA for City Commission review and direction. These items are intended to move underutilized city-owned properties into productive use and establish a consistent framework for future redevelopment proposals. So you have the MLK property at 1332 MLK Boulevard, parcel ID 17364-000-000, the Oh So Juicy Cafe or Jaja Family Foods, and then 1346 North Palo Alto, parcel number 16807-000-000, from Mr. Schwartz Gaynor of Glenwood Home Builders. And then the SPARK program, which is the Small Business Property Activation Redevelopment Kickstart program, being presented to the City Commission for consideration to establish a structured process for the future disposition and redevelopment of city-owned properties within the Glenwood or Downtown North CRA. The concept was initially discussed during the June 11, 2025 CRA virtual workshop. Program establishes clear standards for eligibility, application procedures and evaluation criteria, development timelines, deed restrictions, and incentive structures. The intent is to promote timely redevelopment, reduce speculative holding of city property, and to ensure consistent review of proposals moving forward. If adopted, SPARK would serve as the governing framework for evaluating future redevelopment requests and administering city-owned parcels within the CRA. Staff recommends the City Commission review the proposed development initiatives, provide direction on 1, the requested ground lease, and 2, disposition of the Palo Alto Avenue property, and then 3, consider adoption of the SPARK program as the standardized framework for future redevelopment of eligible city-owned properties within the Glenwood CRA. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I kind of half spoke about this earlier today. These are, again, 2 separate parcels. The one on MLK, 1332 MLK, is a little tiny piece of property that's been cut off because of the DOT. And we've even, almost a year ago, we hired someone to help us draw in how you would incrementally build towards having a building there. Because the numbers don't quite make sense financially, in my opinion, on MLK, because you don't have great rental comps, and it's an uphill battle. And for me, revitalization for the neighborhood is always that's the dream. And the 2 individuals are both, well, the people on this one are from the neighborhood. I think her grandmother used to live on that property. She has an existing business, already doing all these things. She's currently, and there's lots of things that we need to work through as a city related to stormwater and parking and all the things, but leasing her this land would potentially give her a place to operate in between the time that we're figuring things out. help her business, prove out her business will work there before she spends a whole lot of money building something. And other people will start going, well, and this is literally what happens in real estate. Someone says, oh, gosh, if Alan can do it, anyone can do it. And people just start copying each other, and the spark starts growing. I presented my idea of if we were to sell properties, how we would drive down those costs for people in the neighborhood who have existing businesses who have proven themselves out. Ms. Rhodes emails me every 2 weeks just about, asking what the status is of her unsolicited offer over a year ago. And I just would like to see her get an opportunity to be a further part of MLK Boulevard's revitalization and continue the conversation. This is just a 2-year lease or 3-year lease, whatever we decide. In the meantime, working some things out with stormwater and parking. And in the agenda packet is a couple of sketches from John Anderson, who we hired over a year ago to sort of sketch out some ideas. He's been super helpful on my personal projects. He's a guy that studies real estate, incremental, small real estate projects across America. And this is sort of his sketches he put together to help align vision. What do we think?
Well, first, let me just say what I've said all along. This is getting us ahead of a land disposition policy, which I think is needed because of the quantity of properties that we have.
And the fairness of getting rid of them.
Yes, and we are close, I think, to land disposition policy.
Yes, we bring it to them.
The other,
totally. I mean,
the other concern I have is that we don't set up for failure because on that particular lot, I know staff has gone out with engineering and Ms. Glass Rhodes, and there are some challenges to that particular parcel that have to do with flooding. I'm sure you're aware of all of that.
I don't believe for a food truck now. She could park in any dirt lot and maintain it for us and prove out that her business works there and other businesses.
So we would not have any planning concerns that she would have to meet from the planning department?
If she's willing to also bring in fill dirt, to bring it above grade, if that's a rule, that's on her, you know.
We'll ground lease that, so we're gonna get property taxes off of that. But here's my problem. We've got a man sitting in the audience right now that sent us an unsolicited offer on 2 pieces. Nobody ever answered him.
Yeah.
He's been building in that neighborhood just like Schwartz. And this is the unfair part about it, because without a plan, you're picking winners and losers. And with a plan, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It would already be taken care of. I 100% support the idea. I do have to rib the mayor a little bit for a minute, just because it's a process that he's trying to create. It's the process that I can't seem to get across the finish line. And I say that jokingly because this is proving why we need it. We're going to have this conversation. We're going to have the conversation about Harmon and 6. We're having conversations about selling property, and we're going to have these big discussions on each one of them when we shouldn't have them. And I've got 12 lots here identified on how to sell them.
Yeah.
And it's a process, and it says the same exact thing that you said in yours, and that is this will help create and define how to move forward, okay?
Sure.
And I think we need that. I'm not saying that this is a bad idea. I'm saying that the concern that I have that we're going to get bogged down on a case by case, and it's not going to be a fair and transparent process. Today is going to be shown very clearly. And we're going to have, do we make decisions on unsolicited offers on day one? I don't know. I didn't go through that process, so I have a hard time doing that. Is that the most fair way? I don't know. But we don't have a consensus with us on how to move forward with selling things other than let's bring them here. And notice Robbie's not losing his mind over College Avenue today. But we bring them here, and it's now we're trying to figure out how to do this optically, not look bad, not hurt somebody's thought that they're ready to spend money.
Yeah.
So those are my concerns. How do we get past that?
I am fine right now saying every single lot on MLK goes out to RFP or everything. Give me the list of the things and tell me how we do the things. So that's the disconnect but not biting off so many things that we literally go, oh my God, it's 76 properties. And find 5, find 2, find 12. I don't really care, but find something to move forward on instead of continuing to go, gotta have a plan. We got a plan. Pick 5.
I stole this idea from you, by the way.
Yeah.
I picked 12 lots.
Yeah.
top 6, bottom 6. We don't put out an RFP, builder participation package. We got these 12 lots. You write us an offer on, you can buy 2 of them. Okay? You have to be a builder. These are the lots. If you pick 1, you can only get number 6. If you pick 2, you can only get number 7. See, the top 6 are the cherries. The bottom 6 are the cherries with a stain. So you don't get to buy all of the best lots, okay? So there's 12 lots, whether that's, and that's 6 builders, okay? They tell us what they're gonna do. They can go through, they can either, I've got it 3 options: buy at market rate, buy at discounted lot purchase, or the city contributes. With that comes builder requirements. If you take a discount or the participation, you can't, and it's in a CRA, you can't get the demo grant. That way we're not getting it, we're not doing it both ways. But the buyer, they have to build for affordability. The buyer has to go through the affordable. On option 1, where it's market rate, you're paying me full price, you go build what you want to build. Sure. And that's what these guys are doing right now. And they're selling houses from $200,000 to $250,000 because they're paying $12,000 to $18,000 a lot, okay? But what this does is it now finds that. Common requirements in all 3 sales. We only sell to licensed builders. That way you know you're going to get built. Construction must begin within 12 months. Failure to begin within 12 months is a reverter. We don't buy it back. They give it back if they pay for it. Builders must obtain financing on their own. We don't participate in that. Builders are responsible for all permitting and construction, have to follow all city codes, and lots may not be assigned. Okay, now we got a plan.
Yeah.
All right, the purchaser must occupy the property as a resident, as a primary resident, no investor, even on the full market one. That one we have to hold strong.
What bucket is this under, housing, or is this CRAs, or are we selling or leasing?
Well, this is housing, but CRA, you're working through housing too, okay? You can do the same thing.
My point would be finding very straightforward lots that we want to sell.
These are,
Selling is the easiest.
12 of them.
And so that list should be distributed to us, and on the next meeting, I will be voting on those lots.
Okay, so I had a similar, Robbie, I had a similar reaction where it's kind of like, okay, hey, we're just bringing these through. But there is an element of respect that I have when somebody is willing to put their name on the line, their reputation, and say, I'm bringing this forward, you know? And so while we don't have an overarching process, I do think the best way for us to work and refine what process is to come is by doing something. And so I can completely support what the mayor is proposing here. I can completely support what you're proposing. I can completely support going and trying to find a way and mapping with somebody from Jacksonville to come help us with these air properties. So, but the point is, move it forward. And so with that is why I fully support and intend to make a motion to approve this today, but would also do the same with what you just proposed. It seems well formulated. You've obviously identified some lots that make sense on. And so I think that's a great program for us to adopt too. And let's try some things. We may find that no builder wants to do what you're talking about, Robbie. We may find that there's 100 builders that want to do what you're doing. The point is, in trying it, you actually find out, do we need to refine something, change something? In the Spark program that was presented to us over a year ago now, I guess, like this could be the first step for us to trying it. If it fails, guess what? We get to point at the mayor and say, look what you did.
But I think we need to connect the dots from the man in the audience of why they get to buy today, and we didn't even respond to him.
So this is what I'm understanding about this process now from what it said. We don't have an overarching, so it takes one of us to bring it forward to champion, and I would happily bring that forward to be championed.
But it was sent to us and nothing happened with it. That's the problem.
I expressed the same concern of there.
So why don't we bring them both back at the same time next meeting?
Yeah,
I think that's awesome.
37 acres, remember that?
With that,
Scap and stuff's a little skittish about bringing things to the table, because remember we started screaming at Sean about who told him to do things.
Yes.
That's why we need a process.
I mean, the process is, what do we want to, just pick some lots and let's go take some action on them is all I'm asking. But not, if we're going to iterate, if we're going to state that we don't know everything, My advice would be to pick a handful of things, not 20, not 100, just a handful, and say, here's the first test, we're gonna learn
Let's
from
try.
this, and let's just move forward incrementally.
So
Totally fine with that.
I'd like to know, how are we on the land disposition policy? Are we close to having something to present?
No, because we can't get, well, yes.
Are you talking about
I'm talking about
Commissioner
what.
Hughes's, or are you
housing.
talking
An
about
overarching
the
land
hou-
disposition
from
policy.
Florida Housing Coalition?
Sheila, could you come to the podium, please?
And the reason I'm asking for this is that you gentlemen are businessmen. You've done many more projects than the average person. Land disposition policies are best practice, and we're totally ignoring that. You've said, let's look at what other cities do. Well, I've looked at what other cities are doing throughout the state. Our neighboring municipalities have land disposition policies. I don't think that stops us from achieving what we're achieving, especially if we're as close as we think. And Florida Housing Coalition isn't the paid consultant that, you know, is hawking wares. It is a recognized by the state coalition.
Sheila Ware, Housing and Community Services Director. We brought before you all a land disposition policy. It's been, maybe 2 months ago, that outlined different strategies that we could use for you all to mark up. We didn't hear anything back. Robbie has been looking at that, and he has given comments on things on how we could refine it. But that was a guide for us to start with. We also bought before you, I think it was 6 parcels to be, to start with, to be sold, the larger parcels that we had.
So, we've been presented the information. Are you gentlemen not in favor of a land disposition policy at all?
I think it's overarchingly complicated.
I think you said earlier that you would be, you just want to get started small.
Yeah, I think that'll help us refine what, if there, maybe there is a universal policy that could come out of it. But it felt very overwhelmingly complicated.
And you're one who has worked through a lot of complexities.
Okay.
So, what's your lack of willingness to work through this one?
I mean, I don't mind us continuing to work on it. And that's why I didn't provide any feedback of like, I'm anti this. I think what I'm realizing is that to actually see things happen, it takes us kind of getting in more of a granular level on these properties, because there are, to your point, this corner lot does have some drainage issues. Like a formal disposition policy, how am I going to calculate for drainage issues in a disposition policy? So I think it is important for us to
But you're not.
individually.
But you're not in that
work through.
process.
You don't. Bay County has a land disposition policy, you know. So do our neighbors in Pensacola, Fort Walton Beach, and others throughout the state. So it is a matter of
Well, maybe we
political
could
will.
get some of those copies. I've not seen any
So-
of those policies.
So my world is a land disposition world. When I sell a house, 13 people go to work. Every one of those 13 people have to help follow the same process in order for that disposition to happen at closing. That's reality. So while, and you're right, 2 things. One, the proposal that Sheila originally brought us was very rigid, and we all agreed we need to unwind that. So I've been working on unwinding that. You guys said the other day at the meeting, I said, I brought you 3 ideas, and Alan said, but you haven't brought us a plan, you brought us ideas. And you're right, it's been about commercial and large and residential. This is residential.
Sounds like a plan.
This is community housing trust that I want to implement, okay? And that's using NSP, okay? You're really not going to like this idea, but I got it, okay? Here's the
Robbie,
deal.
I'm not against any idea.
Okay.
What I'm for is results.
Okay,
So
but here's
let's be
what's,
very clear
on this
with
one, we
that.
can start now with $2 million and put it in play, okay, under this idea. And I'm
And
gonna,
what are the results and how long to get there?
we start today. Well, the results are gonna be over the next however many years it takes to sell those houses, but it funds, because you said sustainability, you were 2 o'clock in the morning, I've got Josh on my mind because I'm thinking about sitting here in sustainability. That is not what I want at 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay?
Haunting your dream.
And I'm sitting there trying to.
Sorry.
And so my point is, this has what I think, what you had asked for. This is residential only, but it's 12 lots out of the many. And so it starts with a small number. It gives us an opportunity to see how that works. And right now it leaves the large tracks, and the just kind of medium odd things out for right now, okay? With the exception of one that's going to come before us in a minute. So we won't have to have all this, but this I think y'all will like. I haven't sent it to you because you're third grade level here. I can't get my columns to line up all the way right now, but you're going to have this today, as well as this.
The two
okay?
buckets that I'd like to see in the next meeting are a handful of houses, a handful of parcels to sell
Right here.
at market rate, and a handful of parcels to put out for RFP.
Well, how about we put 12 out there and they tell us how they want to buy them. We're not leaving, let's let them come to us. This is easy to put into motion right now.
So with this, technically, we're kind of working this backwards. I'd like to make a motion to approve what's on the agenda here, as well as for Robbie's proposals, as well as the existing RFP that's in the audience to be brought forward next meeting.
That's a large motion.
Two. Okay.
Very large.
The 2 RFPs that are in the audience today
What
with
2 RFPs?
questions.
I'm sorry?
So,
American Legion.
American Legion and a day. I think that's what it's under.
You said approve.
No, to come back.
Oh,
The next meeting. Same thing with Robbie's.
I heard the same thing, I was like, approve.
They haven't even been able to get on the agenda.
Yeah, please,
So I'm trying to get them to a step closer.
So within the handful of to sell and to RFP, the ones that currently have unsolicited offers out should be on the table.
Yeah, if they're willing to
discuss.
come and show up today to try to move something forward, then let's honor it and bring it forward next meeting. So that's the motion.
So let's just make sure it's clear, okay? You're saying that in the next restate.
Approve what's proposed.
12C.
Right here, 12C. 12C approved.
Okay.
Bring forward what Robbie's proposing, so that he's brought forward in the discussion to next meeting, as well as the 2 RFPs that are existing in the audience that have tried to engage in parcels along MLK Boulevard at next meeting as well.
To approve the sale and the lease.
Yes.
Okay.
Approve the sale and the lease of this here, and then bring forward these items next meeting for discussion and hopefully some action.
For equal fairness, could we wait on the approval today so that everybody gets to vote on next meeting where they had to wait? We can wait. This guy can wait one more week or one more meeting. Is that cool?
Meeting?
Yeah, we'll take it out.
Okay.
Is that
All
cool?
right.
All right.
So bring forward everything all together. Is that what I'm
Everything
hearing?
all
Okay.
So
Great.
rescind the
Amend the motion to state bring forward this item as well as the additional item brought forward by Commissioner Hughes, as well as the 2 RFPs that are in the audience today at next meeting.
So the motion is to table this until next meeting.
That is correct.
And then bring forward the other items
At the same time.
Yes.
And does that include the land disposition? He says that he can have that ready as well.
You guys want to work?
We'll bring it.
Sounds good to me. You have a second?
Is that part of your motion?
Sure, if you
Why not?
want. If you guys want to discuss
Let's
land
do that.
disposition policy,
All right.
I haven't seen anything, so I'm being very hesitant.
Yeah. We're going to get a yes out of Josh. Y'all just come back next week.
If he's got results, you probably will. So, all right, amended the motion to include bringing forward land disposition again.
Do I have a second?
What's the motion?
You just
We're just
restated
bringing forward all this
I thought
stuff
you
next
had something
meeting.
That's a
else.
second.
I'm just making sure.
and
Yeah.
adding the land disposition draft.
Trying to make all you guys happy is
All right, do I have a
definitely.
Except Robbie's
Second.
proposal.
All right, any discussion?
Those are these.
You got anything you want to add?
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
12D.
12D is consideration of an unsolicited offer and approval to sell 13 parcels at the intersection of East 6th Street and Harbin Avenue to MRS Enterprises LLC in the amount of $350,000 for the purpose of developing both workforce and market rate housing. As background information, the city has received an unsolicited proposal from MRS Enterprises LLC to purchase 13 city-owned lots city-owned parcels located along Harmon Avenue and East 6th Street for a total purchase price of $350,000. The parcel numbers are listed below. The proposal includes 11 residential lots along Harmon Avenue and then 2 lots that total 1.9 acres plus or minus located along East 6th Street. Appraisals included from Walt Abbott, March of 2025, value the 11 Harmon lots at $420 and the 1.9 acre lot at $600 for a combined appraised value of $1,020,000. The appraisals from Don Giles, dated February of 2025, value the 11 Harmon Avenue lots at $425 and then the 1.9 plus or minus lot at $500,000 for a combined appraised value of $925. Subject properties are located within the City of Panama City Gateway Overlay District. The properties are zoned downtown district and have a future land use designation of general commercial. The 11 Harmon Avenue parcels are located entirely within the flood zone X. The 1.9 plus or minus acre parcel on East 6th Street is located approximately 40% within flood zone X and 60% within flood zone AE. According to the proposal, MRS Enterprises intends to develop the properties as mixed-use residential project that includes single-family and multifamily workforce housing. The proposal also requests the city's cooperation during the future entitlement process, including zoning and variance applications, while acknowledging that any such request would be subject to the city's established review and approval process. This item is presented to the City Commission for consideration of the unsolicited offer and to provide direction to staff regarding any future evaluation or negotiations. Attached for the Commission's review is the unsolicited proposal, property appraisals, and location map of the subject property. Staff recommends the City Commission review the unsolicited proposal and provide direction regarding whether to proceed with further evaluation and negotiations concerning the potential sale of the subject property for the development as stated. Budget impact would be to replenish general fund revenues in the reserves. I will state one of the questions was asked earlier about the easement, and it is the intention that that easement would remain, and anyone along that south part of Harmon Avenue would continue to have access on the backside of their property. Mr. Mayor?
Question, he said Cone Avenue. That wasn't misstated?
That's what it is. It's kind of weird in there, but that's what it is.
Is there Cone Avenue south?
That's north of it.
It's north of that. Cone is also on the other side of Massalina, on Harmon, Cone and Second.
It's pretty much that, you see that easement in between the 11 parcels on Harmon and then the larger one. It's that easement that's the...
So their intent really is to leave the back open, but close and ask for, from the south, from the north, close that up and keep access to the back of all the businesses that are on that side. So they still keep access.
Do we need to put that in the contract?
That would need to be in the contract.
I would agree, 100%.
These, obviously.
Yep.
The second thing is, I'm assuming one of us is bringing this forward today.
I am.
So, I mean,
A little history on the property. The city bought it to be a federal courthouse, or tried to woo the federal courthouse there. What they didn't know at the time is that federal courthouses will not go in flood zones, no matter how high you offer to build it up. And so there you have a piece of property that's 60% in the flood zone. I will tell you that in my world, I did some homework, and I respect Don Giles tremendously, but respectfully disagree with his number here from 25. I wouldn't pay $1 million for it, and I wouldn't ask you to pay $1 million for it. So that does not mean that's justification for a number. It's just, I'm saying, I've heard a lot of people ask me about the appraisals, and I'm just talking about that particularly there. This project is about rental. It's about affordable rental. And all of us, with the exception of Josh on the dais, visited these types of cottages and this type of development while we were in Arkansas. So we understand it, we've seen it. For that reason, I think we ought to give some consideration on the use, the intent, how do we get there? But this brings up again, here we are on our now second conversation about another property to sell, on how we're going to do it. And this isn't going to be centered around much as there's somebody else that's wanting to offer something, because they never have, but because does it need to go out for bid or not go out for bid? It's a public site. I only have one template, and that is how I did it when I submitted an offer on a property for somebody else, not for me. But here we have an opportunity to activate that section of downtown that seems there's a connection point we need to make. And this is a good opportunity to do that. Now, that's my pitch for the idea. I think we need to have some conversation about use, percentage of build of what they've offered up of workforce housing versus market rate, and then also the price. Any discount, in my opinion, on any property that we have should have something that the city gets to have a say-so in. And in this particular case, I like the idea of not being able to sell the property, the entire project, for a decade. If we're going to give you some, we want some money off of that for at least 10 years, and we want you to be in it for 10 years and know that you're going to commit your money for it. That's what I'd like to see on that. Now, I'll open it up for the questions on, about their offer or any terms that they've offered up.
Yeah. I am in favor of either selling this property in some fashion or putting out RFP. What I want to avoid is land speculation, and we technically have been speculating land, we as the city, and it does not help the neighborhood. I'd like to see speed of development. I'd like to see a higher quality level of development. And that area of town needs it. Downtown is growing that direction. If we sell this property, I think we should be supporting this purchase with taking that money and improving the roads around it and sidewalks and things like that, or lighting. Because this is a historic level amount of money in that area. I mean, even when I was doing little tiny things downtown, these were little $500,000 projects. People were like, yay! And now we're talking about $10 million probably up here, which is not happened in that area ever. And so this to me will spur on other, and hats off to Brenton Hitchcock to me for purchasing a building across the street, putting a daycare there, a successful daycare, pouring into that neighborhood. And vacant property is not a neutral on the city, it's actually a negative because people start camping out and bad things start happening and then police have to get called and it's actually a drain on us. I also share in the sentiment that this agreement should have clear guidelines of how those owners on that bayou have access to the back of their buildings because we are not taking that away. But I'd like to see something happen. I think I made that clear in this meeting. And this is not an unknown developer.
Prior.
Yes. And so, yeah, I'm in favor of us moving forward somehow. I agree too, people, you get this a lot, well, like, in any blighted area, there's people that come back later and say, well, I would have paid way more for that. And you're like, well, they didn't. And
but you didn't do it.
You didn't do it, yeah.
That's right.
And this is, I think too, in real estate, everything's based off of comps. Rentals, purchases, everything. And when you don't have comps for things, the person that creates the comps is the person taking the risk because they're making numbers up. And so this is a higher level development than we've ever seen within half a mile of this. And they're taking a big risk doing all this. And it's hard enough doing new construction right now anywhere in this county, let alone downtown on 6th Street. So I'm in favor of something, moving forward with something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll just add, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I had a brief chat with one of the representatives, and we've got 1 year within the first year designed and permitted, and within 3 years fully built. But it's their plan to honestly have it built within 24 to 34 months. 24 to 30 months. So kind of within that 2 to 2.5 years. They don't plan to delay at all, is what's been communicated to me. I know Commissioner Hughes has probably had the most conversation with them about it.
And my experience is when you put into contracts time-specific completion dates. Right now, we're having trouble on the Martin Theater. Somebody that's looking at it to manage it, we can't give them a date for completion, so it's hard for them to come in and say, how am I going to program and be ready for you? Here's one of those that, what if pandemic happens again and it's on month 20 and we got to be 36 months in, they got to be done. So we have to have some caveat in there that there would be an agreement outside of this contract that says if it's within there that, acts of God, things of that nature will add on, kind of like your liquidated damages, but not. Meaning what causes those, what reasons why you're not working, what puts you behind. knowing what I know about this group now, and this dude wakes up in the morning to go and get something accomplished. I think we've learned that about him. So I like the idea of having that in an agreement separate from the contract, but the contract reference that agreement. So I think we can certainly do that. Yeah.
This part of town certainly needs the development, as you've said, Mayor. And the history of this property predates the federal courthouse. It was this shoreline that Hawk Masalina drove his boat over, and others from Redfish Point, thus the Masalina Bayou that feeds into this waterway that we're looking at now. That was the old East End part of town where there were restaurants and barbershops and businesses, even the Pasco Gaynor Hotel. So it has historic value for our community and for our city. I'd love to see it developed, especially something along the waterfront. Would support an RFP to put this out. It's been in my experience that the people who have the vision are the ones who are ultimately the ones who come and are able to acquire the property. Having looked at the properties in Fayetteville, Arkansas, when we were there for the Small Towns Conference, I'd love to see something like that here, along with even maybe a little entertainment district.
So the unfortunate part about an unsolicited offer and then turning it into an RFP, everybody knows what they got to be, okay? And so then, and that's why I'm opposed to bringing unsolicited offers to the commission in an open forum like this without us even deciding that we want to even have a conversation about selling it. But with that in mind, just like there needs to be some preference given to the people that are building in a neighborhood right now before the city starts giving deals, I think there needs to be some preference to those guys. Nobody in my lifetime has made an offer on this site, okay? There needs to be some preference, something given to that, and can that be done in an RFP? I don't know. I'm more inclined to say, let's negotiate a deal and do it transparently and in public, but let's negotiate a deal, because all we're going to do is have somebody come in and drive the price up, and we can't guarantee that project's going to get done. This is a specific project that's going to have to be an RFP, an apples to apples RFP, in my opinion. That's what they got to bid on.
Well, with all due respect, in your lifetime, this was once a thriving little area of businesses.
No, I'm saying when it went away, once it went down,
okay.
nobody's made an offer to bring it back. Yeah,
All right.
yeah. No, you're exactly right.
I think it can be a really, first of all, you don't have to pick an RFP based upon price. And,
True.
And I think that's been a lot of our points as we talk about land disposition, we talk about those things. It should really be about the objective that you're trying to achieve for the community and whatever you're getting rid of.
Yeah.
Public property. This one specifically, I think that what's being proposed, workforce housing, it's got a good level of density, seems like they're willing to work with the neighbors. Overarching, it seems like a really good development. My only concern, one, is that we get in writing that, hey, you're not going to cut off access to the rear of these businesses. They need to have access. They need to continue to have access regardless. The second thing is that I'm concerned that people may interpret this in the perception of this is just being forced through. The reality is anybody that goes and looks at this property, they're going to see what we see right now. They're going to see it's in a flood zone. They're going to see the amount of work. They're going to see all of those things that go into it. The idea that someone is going to come in and offer more, maybe they would, but are they going to agree to build in a year? Are they going to agree to do a percentage of workforce? Are they like the reality is I don't think anybody else really. My only encouragement in either RFPing or opening solicitation is more or the less you're going to get a bunch of people who are going to go kick tires, and then they're going to quickly realize it's not easy to do what these individuals are willing.
The numbers work. The numbers are harder to make work when you go up in price because of what it's going to cost for site work and for just foundation work to build. You're going to have to be elevated. You're going to have to bring in dirt. You're going to have a lot of money just in site work. So to your point, if you put out an RFP, here are the things that you're gonna bid on. Never mind the price, you're gonna tell us the price. But this person's doing all this, you gotta do all this, and when are you gonna pay for it? Promise you, it's not gonna, to make money, it's not gonna be that much higher. It might be higher, but not times 3.
I don't know that we need to send back to the team to just go craft a giant RFP with all of these other things. As much as it is, maybe there just needs to be a period of time, there's open solicitation. And then if the highest and best or whatever you want to propose, you can propose it now that you know that, hey, this opportunity is about to go away. And then proceed forward with making a decision from that point.
Yep.
So what do we want to do? I'll entertain a motion.
I like that idea. All right, how about this? How about, let's, by next meeting, I'd like for the same terms, if somebody feels like they want to make an offer to us based on what these guys have offered, okay? Let's be an apples to apples. Feel free to make us an offer, but it's got to be higher than $350,000. Because if it's $250,000, we're not doing that. Okay? We're having this conversation about money. But don't give me a $500,000 deal and tell me you're going to build 3 houses, because it's not the same. Okay? We got to be exactly the same.
What I hear is we want more residential downtown.
Yeah.
This builder's willing to do it, and they're willing to
There you
do
go.
it in an affordable way.
I mean,
The development, not opposed. Obviously, I get concerned of like, hey, it just popped up on the agenda and then all of a sudden it's gone and you got 2 appraisals. That's more of it.
That's right. I get you.
So open period of time that people can.
All right, 2 weeks. Come back at the next meeting. If they're here, if somebody really wants to do it and they're paying attention, they don't need 6 months. They can do it in 10 days. We can have us an offer. We can have it tomorrow. But I say by the time we come back, if there's anything here, it's something we can discuss. And we need to make a plan to either move on this one or discuss about this compared to others. How about
Sounds like a
that?
motion to me.
No.
A question for the attorney. Are we talking about more like a RFI, request for inquiry or something, as opposed to a full-blown proposal that staff has to draft out?
Request for offer.
I have this urge to make a comment, which is,
4 hours.
you asked me what you all are doing, so I will tell you what I think you're doing. You are asking for simply a notice. The city commission is considering disposing of this property. And if you would like to make a proposal to the city, whatever you want. I mean, you could propose a gas station, I guess. But I think if they were to listen to this video, they probably would think that won't go. But then the city commission will consider all proposals and then accept the best, without any definition of what best is.
Okay,
And that
I
could
like
just
that
be
idea.
a simple
Okay.
ad that goes, a notice that goes out.
All right.
And that is what we do with our CRA properties. By statute, we're required to notice them for 30 days, that we are intending on disposing of the asset and,
And that would be the.
But we're
first
not
meeting of
under
August.
statute of 30 days, right?
the city is not. I'm just
Okay.
letting you know
Okay.
that's
So
the
what we
city owns
do.
But it's the
Not
same
saying
type
it
of
is.
notice.
Yeah.
You're
The
exactly
city
right.
purchased the large parcel in '04.
Back to Jerry Clement days.
But
I'm in favor of giving it some notice. I think-
No.
They
I
were
think that would
purchased
just
at
be
different
good
times.
from
The big piece was purchased first, and then the lots were purchased second. So let me change my motion. I'd like, make a motion that we, that staff, let the public know that we're considering disposing of this site from an unsolicited offer. And over the next 2 weeks, if you'd like to make an offer on this site for anything you want to do, bring it to us, but it's got to be in time, in city manager's hands by Monday, what, Jonathan?
July 20th would be our
Yeah,
cutoff.
so-
July 20th.
That's
Yeah,
not
that's
2
1
weeks.
week. So if you want it to
No,
be
that's 2 weeks,
actually,
and when we're going to talk about it. So it'll be on the next commission meeting, is when I'd like for that to be. So they have until July 20th to get it to us.
in order for whatever proposals are fully out there in the public.
That's
Yes,
right.
sir.
And this one right here, I'd like for it to come back with us, so we can compare anything that comes to us. We'd like for that to come back as well.
So realistically, how many days are we talking about? Because it has to,
I mean, we'll have it up by the end of the day today, so I mean, it's 7 calendar days.
Okay.
So, I would say just one, and Commissioner Hughes, I think we do need to provide a little bit of clarity. So, my understanding was they were roughly going to do 30% affordable or workforce and 70%. Is that your understanding?
Right.
I think we need to make sure that we are comparing apples to oranges. I don't know if the commission desires for it to be similar, or
Well, I was, but Nevin's idea, I think, is better.
don't encourage him, please.
If we truly are considering getting rid of something,
Okay.
they brought that to us. Let's see what somebody else has.
I think that's.
I bet you, this is probably the best idea, but let's give somebody that opportunity. I like
think
that.
my question is there an expectation, regardless of the percentage, that at least a portion of it be workforce housing?
Not right now.
Okay. Even though they've committed to that.
They committed, well, yes, but right now, we're not negotiating this deal right now.
Okay.
That's the thing, right? We're not negotiating this deal. I don't, are we?
Is the motion clear?
The motion
Can I ask
is,
this question?
the motion is.
Wait till 2 p.m.
Yeah, the motion is to keep this on the table, and in 2 weeks, in between now and 2 weeks, anybody that would like to make an offer on that site for anything that they're thinking about, have that to us so that we can consider it against this
Is that clear?
at the next meeting.
The offer's deadline would be the next Monday then, to make the agenda.
Yeah, that's really, really short.
That is
time.
so easy. I can write, if somebody wants to write an offer on a house today, come see me. I'll write it today. I do not need 10 days to do that.
I just want to
Okay?
make sure.
but you're not government. That's the difference you
No,
keep forgetting.
somebody's bringing it. The private person's bringing it, not the government.
So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
So I have a question to staff. Is this something that can be placed on bonfire, or does it have to be fully fleshed out as an RFP to do that?
We'll do a notice on the Bay County site that we put our notices
Specifically
on.
asking about bonfire.
What we've
It
done with
can be? Okay.
What we've done with the CRAs is we've put a link to Bonfire on there, and then you go to Bonfire to get more of a detailed request, or what we're looking for.
So how far and wide are we talking about noticing?
Well, we're throwing the bait in the water for a hot second, and we're pulling it right back out. That's what we're doing with that short of timeline, in my opinion. Unless we're just willing to accept a document that just says, hey, we're interested.
That's all this was.
So this is a.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what started this with a document.
They probably had more than 2 weeks to actually, probably more than, less than 2 weeks total time to put this together.
And this is a public meeting. We're giving them the opportunity. The more time you give somebody, the longer they take to get it to you. If I give you 2 weeks, you got until day 14. Why don't I give you 10 days and I'm gonna save myself 4?
What I think is likely going to happen is we put this out for X amount of time, whatever time amount that is, whether it's 2 weeks, whether it's 30 days, and we're likely not going to get anybody to reply back to us. That seems to be what tends to happen.
So why bake in 2 more weeks?
Because it gives people the opportunity to do so.
I think.
If they choose not to take that opportunity, then they choose not to take that opportunity.
So you're talking about a standard of practice.
It's 30
And
days.
if we do this the way we're doing it now, pop it out there, pop it out, that's the standard we're setting.
It's the same reason why we talked to the doctors earlier, and I was like, hey, let's just use their standard practice with this, because it's about transparency, and it's about giving the folks out there the opportunity to come to us. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's going to end up in the exact spot that you're wanting to end up in, Robbie. I think it's just from the aspect of just making sure that the general public has enough notice and walking through that versus us trying to just, force it. Like, it can sometimes come off negative, if that makes sense.
Or you can also lose the people that have initiated the conversation.
Well, I hope that's not what happens.
Where that is, so.
I understand that, but I think, hopefully they hear in this, I think all of us support. I think what we're trying to manage is manage the perception as well as the opportunity for others to engage on an item that just, for the first time, is on the agenda today.
Again, all I have to work off of is how the experience I went through. It showed up on the agenda. The then city manager, along with the current city attorney, told me they didn't want to know anything about it. They didn't tell the commission anything about it. And they said to the public, you have 2 weeks. If you want to make an offer on this lot, then we got an unsolicited offer on, bring it to us.
So that's happened before?
My experience, and then I got run through the mud for 5 years by somebody on social media over that lot, okay?
Okay.
And that's exactly how it was done, except it was transparent. Nobody knew anything about it. Everybody knows about this, okay? Nobody knew anything about it, so everybody got to bid on an equal basis. Automatically, we're not bidding on an equal basis now, okay? That's a process thing, not a fairness thing. And there was 2 weeks. Nobody showed up. 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. It's like the man said at the podium. I'll go to 3 more meetings. It's not going to change anything. The public there had a sign, that letter. They knew there was a meeting today. They knew there was a planning board meeting. The public has to participate.
Sure.
Okay?
So
they have to come to us.
Let's use the process of this meeting. So we have a motion on the table for 2 weeks, the next meeting,
Yes,
voting
yes,
on
sir.
it. So a motion on the table for a 2-week time period. Do I have a second?
I mean, I will if you'll extend it out.
Well, that's my point. I'm
Yeah.
going to let the motion die, and then you can
Okay.
make it. So do we have a second for a 2-week time period? All right, seeing no motion for 2 weeks, do I have another
I'll
motion?
motion that we do the exact same motion, other than it's just a 30-day period.
30-day period. So we have a second on the table for the exact same thing, but a little bit longer of a window for 30 days. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the 30 days?
So that's going to be at the first meeting in August.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah, it should be.
No,
No.
no,
No.
sir. The
Second
first
meeting
meeting in
in
August is August 11th, so that would not quite be.
We could do
I will amend my motion for
maybe
it to be the
21
first
days?
meeing in August.
There we go.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion?
Let's vote.
Please call the roll.
Yes.
Commissioner. I want to clarify.
really excited.
If we run the notice to August 11th, we're not going to have an agenda item ready on August 11th. So are you,
It'll be 3 weeks, and then that'll give us 1 week
does
to
everybody
get everything buttoned
good with
up.
that? Okay. Commissioner Hughes?
I'm sure if somebody emails you, you can provide us with that email
Correct.
prior to the meeting. Yeah.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
If I could do one follow-up motion on the same subject, is that we put provisions in the contract, nor whoever else also comes with any other type of offer, that access must remain for.
Right, that's what I was
rear
about to say to
access
Peter.
must remain
Just
for
know
the
that
second
everybody
that.
on there,
Businesses.
y'all gonna have access.
Okay, I got a motion and a second on the
second
table.
But
I couldn't hear you.
I second it. Any discussion related to those motions?
Wait a minute, what?
it's a motion to make sure they have access. I'll second that.
What does that mean?
Protect the easement.
Protect
There's
it.
this easement
Oh,
right here.
access, yes, okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Rest easy, Peter.
Peter, I had some conversations with these guys about getting with y'all
Okay.
about how that lays out. So anybody else that comes up, we'll do the same.
12E. 12.
All right, item 12E is consideration and approval of Budget Amendment Resolution 2026071.4.3 for allocation of reimbursement revenue to the division expense accounts. As background information, the Utilities Division received a reimbursement in the amount of $231,792.00 from a contractor for damages previously incurred at 17th Street and Hickory Avenue. The original repair costs were absorbed by multiple divisions within the Public Works Department and the Utilities Division. Approval is requested to formally recognize this reimbursement revenue and to appropriate the funds back to the specific division expense account that originally incurred the charges. A detailed breakdown of all affected cost centers is attached for reference. Staff recommendation through the Director of Public Works is that the Commission approve this request and the budget amendment resolution.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
We're ready to go.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Granger? Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has adopted Resolution 2026-0714.3, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 25-26 budget to accept and expend funds that were reimbursed to the city due to damages.
Item 12F is the projects and efforts update, and staff would entertain any questions from the mayor or the commissioners prior to adjournment.
Hearing none.
Great work.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah, motion to adjourn. Second, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Mayor Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. We have a nonprofit meeting.
And we're done with that meeting. On to the second.
Yeah, let's go on. Keep it moving.
Are we taking a break?
No, let's go.
Sounded
It's
like
really
you were
quick.
leaving.
I was trying to, and then she stopped.
You're fine.
The fun's just getting started, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, I am, oh, that's right.
This one, I think, you in the gavel?
Oh, you're up.
I didn't.
Not yours.
Not me, I don't.
There's no chairman of this committee.
Well, to keep it, because he'll just keep playing.
Only in CRA. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Augusto.
All right, we're calling to order the Panama City Community Fund Board of Directors meeting for July 14th, 2026. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Street?
Here.
Director Hughes?
Here.
Director Lucas?
Present.
Director Granger?
Present.
Director Branch?
Present.
You have a quorum?
Okay, thank you. We have the minutes that are in here from the April 14th, 2026 Panama City Community Fund Board of
Second.
Directors meeting. Would entertain a motion to approve.
Done.
All right,
Director
call the roll,
Street?
please.
Director Street?
Yes.
Okay, Director Hughes?
Yeah.
Director Lucas?
Yes.
Director Granger?
Yes.
Director Branch?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item number 2 is audience participation. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and this is open to anything under the authority of the Panama City Community Fund. Seeing none, audience participation. Oh,
Nice try, Hayes.
Patty Sunday,
The first person ever speaking with us.
yeah.
1115 Fairland. I had a chance to look at this agenda, which I don't think I ever have before, and I wanted to understand, it was new to me that ASAP daycare has been funded out of this fund. I wasn't aware of that. And I'm aware also that sometimes people that drop off children there also pay. So I'm not sure what this fund is for. It seems like an important fund for very important things of the community, but I think that relates to your budgeting process while you're looking at potentially duplicitous services with duplicate overhead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sunday. Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, audience participation is closed. Item number 3 is approval of the quarterly financial report. Staff would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any
Like to-
discussion? Any
yes.
questions of the Secretary Treasurer?
Yes, 2 things. One, I do think what Patty is bringing to our attention is valid. Each year, the team takes out of this fund money for the Thanksgiving. We have money coming out for ASAP. There is no budget that's outlined with this, or if there are yearly expenses that we are incurring inside of this fund, we should have to approve a budget, not be reactionary to whatever receipts we get.
Yeah, you ratify the expenditures.
What we want to do is approve a budget, is what I'm communicating. So if you're budgeting money for either ASAP, employees, whatever that is, if you're counting on something for this coming year, provide us with a budget that we can approve.
So we should do that at the same, should we talk about that at the budget meeting or
I think that's a great,
next?
yep, yep.
Because we don't see this except,
After, it's already happened.
right, so when do we want to do that?
I would say it should
That's
be
a good
presented. If
idea.
you're counting on it for the budget, you need to present this to us, for us to vote and affirm it here.
I would agree with that.
So I think the practice that we've had with this fund is for all expenses to be after the fact rather than before. So I think what you're proposing, we should make as a practice for all expenditures from the fund, that they be budgeted in advance. How this came to be is, based on the fact of how the money came to be, and that it was stolen from ASAP and now has been put in this fund to be used for those special things that go on during the year. I'm not opposing a budget. I'm just saying that let's make it uniform for how this fund operates.
I don't think you're gonna get out of it what we normally get out of regular budgets. Because this fund is set up for if somebody donates money, it goes into this fund. As things pop up, they can take money out of this fund. So when they do things like, the retiree, or the retree program, fire and police, there's some benefits there. These are things where people, when they donate money to the city and say, I want this to be a very specific purpose, this goes to this, right? So they're just gonna have to give us budget amendments every time somebody donates money to the city. That's, I guess,
I would agree. Also, Truesdale, like, this will be where we do Truesdale for phase 3. I think MLK.
No, this will have the MLK scholarship fund in it.
Scholarships, right.
That's a more long-term permanent
Right.
fund. The donations for Truesdale, the bat houses, things like that are all going into the general fund.
So this would also be, for instance, a grant from St. Joe Foundation for MLK Rec Center would go here as well. And, you know, there's a budget practice that we follow in the nonprofit world that's not dissimilar to what you're describing, Commissioner Street.
Yeah, I just don't want to be surprised. What it feels like is that when the expense comes in, well, I have a choice. I can't really not approve the expense because they've already been incurred. And so that means the general fund's got to go make a cut someplace to absorb that. And so what I'm saying is, look, these things that are now done yearly, like, we need to be able to, because it'll help us understand, when does the money run out? Because it is running out.
And so you're saying that for the entire fund budget? Panama
I
City
think that
Community
it would
Fund?
be beneficial to us to be able to have a purview prior to expenses being incurred.
So when we look at, for instance, benefit of city employees, we want that to know in advance what those budget for the year would be as well. Okay.
I think that would be beneficial. I mean, it's a couple line items. It's not like a massive
Do we
request.
need a motion for that?
We're happy to put together a proposed
Yeah,
budget, but the last year, the ASAP was not funded out of here. I will just respond to that. It was
And I
the-
think most of the
it was
contributions.
Friends of ASAP.
My understanding is most of the contributions are like, I mean, for lack of a better description, almost earmarked, like.
They're
So I don't
all
know that-
earmarked and restricted on that last
Yeah.
page. You can see the breakdown. This fund was created after Hurricane Michael. And the money, I think Commissioner, or Board Member Hughes just asked, how did the money get there? Various ways, but like the Retree PC, that was donations after the storm for retreeing. We had a donation from Florida Blue that wanted money to go specifically to city employees, so that's how that money got there. And we've been using a little bit of it each year to fund our Christmas party for the employees.
So if I'm reading this correctly, for the benefit of ASAP, these are the expenditures, or this is what's remaining in the fund? Where do I find what's remaining in the
The
fund?
cash balance as of June 30, 2026 is $1,517,059.53. You can see the activity through June 30th. We've received $17,000 in interest income, and there's been $4,896 in expenses.
But there were things that the board took action to restrict, so where are those located? Because, I mean, the number looks like there's $1 million, or 1.5 million, but there's not.
I'm sorry, I'm not. I
Where do
don't
we
understand.
see the restrictions on that cash balance?
What is the restriction is for the benefit of ASAP.
Yeah.
There's 1.5 million. What other restrictions are you
It can
referring to?
pay, it's what subsidizes ASAP so that we don't have to out of the general fund. And that's the money,
I'm
that's the
sorry,
money that was left over.
What other restrictions are you asking about?
I don't know. I think if I typically remember this report, I typically see you know, the line items, as in, this is what came in from this.
Employees, fire and police, but ASAP retrieve, you see, is that what you're
I
referring?
may not have this page that you're looking at, I guess, is what I'm assuming.
It shows, it shows the restricted
It's-
cash and fund balance analysis.
Gotcha. Okay, so city employees has X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
It has 55,000.
Fit
Fire and
40
police has
49, the
okay.
cash balance
Thank
as of, the very bottom line is as of June 30th of 2026.
Yeah, this is actually a historical overview, starting with the cash balance in 9/24, moving forward to the bottom line for 6/30/2026.
So this is what we have now. So
So it looks like some funds are running out of money and others aren't. You look at the cash balances of September of '24, and then you look at the cash balances of
So
June of 2026.
explain that to me, Brandy, because you were the one that said that, hey, we're pulling money out of the nonprofit each year to offset.
No, sir, I said it has varied over the last 5 years. We have pulled money out of general fund for ASAP. We have pulled money out of the Friends
Okay.
of ASAP.
Where did you
They're-
pull it last year?
The Friends of ASAP, not our nonprofit, which has the restricted
So how did the
money
number
for
go
the
up?
benefit of ASAP because of interest income.
$17,000 in interest.
How much last year came out of this fund?
Not, for what,
4,000,
ASAP?
Yeah, right.
Nothing,
$86.
nothing came out of this fund.
Year before
In
that.
terms of filling the funding gap. Now,
Yeah.
as I look at this, I'm sorry, I correct myself, $13,379 came out of this fund for ASAP last year.
What came out of it the year before?
I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but maybe
I
200
know I have
and
seen a
something.
transfer a couple $100,000.
200 and something thousand,
Okay.
2 years ago.
So when we're looking at this, we're saying that this year, nothing's been incurred. Where will the expenses come out this year? Are you coming to us to ask us for
The
that?
expenses to fill the funding gap for ASAP, is that what you're asking for? We're proposing to take those out of the Friends of ASAP for fiscal
here,
year 20.
245.
No,
This
no,
is for the
sir.
benefit of
Friends of
ASAP.
ASAP is different from
It's a
this money
separate-
right
Okay,
here.
so there's a separate fund than just this fund?
Correct. And there's around 375,000 balance left in that
That's where I've
fund.
been seeing it, that's where I've been seeing it going down. That makes sense. Okay, all right. So that makes sense why this fund balance is not, but that one has how much left in it?
Around 375.
And how much are you planning on taking out of it?
I don't know, Commissioner, our director, we don't know what the funding gap is yet. The audit is not complete for fiscal year '25.
Okay. That is why I'm asking for like a pre-approved budget for that exact question. We don't know. That's it.
Are there regular items that you draw down out of this each year, Randy?
The regular
Are there
items?
regular items that you use to draw?
The only other thing that I know of that we bring down regularly is the Christmas party for the employees, and we've been funding that out of the city employees.
You answered my question.
Thank you, Jan. The audit and the tax return cost of doing that has come out of this fund as well, for this fund.
So who controls the Friends of ASAP?
There's a
There's a separate board.
Separate board.
And it's not us?
No.
It is not you.
Okay.
The Friends of ASAP is, it's been administratively dissolved, and they're in the wind-up process. And there's 3 members of the board, and they have, they've chosen, at least in the past, they've got to donate their money to a not-for-profit purpose, and they've desired to continue the purpose that historically Friends of ASAP was about, so.
Did we approve the quarterly financial reports?
Not yet.
There's a motion and a second.
Is
Yes.
there?
All right,
Let's
any
call-
further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Director Granger,
Yes.
Director Street,
Yes.
Director Hughes,
Yes.
Director Lucas,
Yes.
Director Branch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, and is there a second?
Second.
All right, please call the roll.
Director Granger.
Yes.
Director Street.
Yes.
Director Hughes.
Yes.
Director Lucas.
Heck, yeah.
Director Branch.
Yes, please.
All right.
Director just didn't have the read.